Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome back to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where tonight, my friends and I will be playing the Vaesen RPG. I'm your host, Tom Rayleigh. The scenario is called Svarteboken. It was written by Matthew Sanderson, who is also our game master for tonight. And this is a long one-shot. So without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Matthew?
All right, thank you very much, Tom. So the date is Friday, December the 19th. This is Christmas time in Uppsala. So as it's the mid to late 19th century, you can get in the picture. It's very, very cold. It's not so much snowing down here, though. Snow's happening a bit further north, but Uppsala is a bit warmer this time of year. There's various Christmas market stalls out there. There's carolers going around the streets. It's all quite nice until they start singing at the wee small hours of the morning and waking people up at obscene hours. So on a typical Friday, with our group of investigators and members of the society at Castle Gillenkreutz in Uppsala, what's the kind of thing you'd be doing on a normal Friday morning? So we'll go do a quick round of introductions, so if people want to introduce their characters, and then give a little montage of what they're doing in the early morning. So on my screen, we'll start with Victor and go round.
Well, I'm Victor Nystrom, and this morning I'm a priest. This morning I will be probably warming up the little chapel in the castle and lighting some candles and saying some Christmas prayers, since Christmas is right around the corner. Just getting ready for the day. Nothing else other than that.
Gotcha. And Kirsty?
So Kirsty Frisk. I'm an occultist and new to the castle. Kirsty comes from the far northern Lapland region. She's a member of a Sami tribe. She is not Christian, so Christmas, it's like the traditional Christian Christmas traditions don't mean anything to her, but all of this, the other sort of paganistic rituals, she'll identify with those easily enough. She is probably having a hot coffee and sitting by the fire reading in the library.
Next round, Torrin.
I'm Torrid Sigurdsson. I'm a hunter. This morning I am looking at all the hounds in the kennels, making sure that they're doing well, feeding them, maybe playing with them a little bit before going on to check traps, see if there are any mice and rats trying to get into the kitchen. That's what I'm doing.
Gotcha. And last but not least, Oscar.
Oscar Eriksson. They call me a vagabond. I prefer gentleman of the road. This morning, as it is the festive season, I'm off to the shops first thing because I believe it's important to steep the glue vine very gradually. So I need berries and orange rind and nutmeg and peppercorns and whatnot, so that by time night falls in the mid-afternoon, there'll be a piping hot glue vine to keep us warm through the night.
Nice. Right. So with taking those locations into account, then is that Oscar that's the one that gets the ball rolling? As you're gathering up your coats, making sure you've got everything you need, and then heading out the front door, just as you're opening the door, you find that there's a little kid, probably no more than 10 years old, that's just knocking on the door. That's got a little bit startled as you open it in his face, and you can see he's dressed up in kind of threadbare clothes. He's got a coat that's seen many better days, and the poor guy's shivering away. You can almost hear his knees knocking together, and in the other hand, from the one that's not knocking on the door, you can see he's got what looks to be an envelope marked with some courier stamps, so evidently coming through from the train station this morning. And there's one of the runners that you've probably seen down at the train station before that delivers priority mail, looks up at you with evidently a very cold face. Says, I got a letter for Miss Elfa Clint.
Is that name unfamiliar?
You definitely remember Linnea's name. She's the person that ultimately brought you four together to bring you to Castle Gillencrutz and give you the things like the keys and the deeds to help get the society up and running again.
Right. In you come, lad. We'll knock some ice off you.
Thank you.
And I'll flip him
his way.
Flip him a coin.
He grabs that. He probably tries to grab it, probably misses, and then picks it up off the floor. But thank you, sir. Thank you.
It's hard to catch coins when your fingers are numb, after all.
Yeah. He kind of holds up his kind of half falling apart gloves and some very, very blue fingers underneath. Yeah, it's pretty nippy out there.
So I guess the only other person inside the castle is Kiersey. I'll tell the lad to wait and go and open it with her in case, there might be an immediate reply.
Sure. I mean, there are other people in the castle as well. You've got a chef that works for you in the kitchen. You've also got the very grumpy butler, Algot Frisk, who no relation to Kersey. But yeah, he's grumpy and very much seems to keep to himself in his room by the fire reading the newspaper rather than doing any work around the castle.
So yes, I'll seek Kirsty in the library and pop open the letter.
Yeah, so she's there. You can open that up, and inside, quite nicely folded on some relatively good quality parchment paper, in a nice cursive, very, very effeminate handwriting, is the following.
Yes, so new mail for our mistress Elficlint from yesterday. I hope this message reaches you or other members of your society. It has. I know it has been many years since we met. You probably don't remember me. I was only a young girl and my father ran the hotel at the time. But I remember the tales of the society and found your address on our old guest books. We need the society's help. Something terrible has come to Charlottenburg, and I have seen it with my own eyes. I shall explain. Last night, Wednesday the 17th, 3 prominent members of the local business community visited the hotel bar to partake in a game of cards. A gentleman arrived a little while after they had started to play and asked if he could join their table. He was handsome, dressed in a long black coat and top hat. The players accepted and the stranger joined them. All 4 seemed in good spirits until one of the players knocked a card from the table. When they bent over to pick it up, they screamed, declaring the stranger had cloven hooves for feet. The stranger promptly declared his winning hand and sucked the life out of one of the other players. Witnesses ran outside to find a black carriage waiting outside, pulled by 2 black horses that breathed fire from their mouths. The stranger left with the money on the card table and raised his hat to me with a grin as he left. I saw the horns projecting from his head that the hat had hidden. Ms. Elficlint, the devil himself walks the streets of Charlottenberg. We need your help to send him back to hell before he kills again. Yours, Rebecca Tjader. It's quite a tale.
Truly sounds like the devil.
There must be some explanation. It seems a bit far-fetched.
The devil has no need to win money at cards.
Follows all of the classic patterns. He makes a deal and then takes the souls of those who are foolish enough to try and beat him at a game of chance or cards in this case.
I suppose he's a known cheat, isn't he?
How far away is Charlottenburg?
By train, which is going to be the easiest and definitely the quickest way to get there for you, it's about 10 hours. Charlottenburg is almost directly across the country from you, but there isn't really a direct train route to get you there. In fact, it's going to take you a good few connections to get there. You'd go south to Stockholm, then you go west to, and I'm probably going to butcher some of these names, Kristenham, then Karlstad, and then northwest to Charlottenburg. Charlottenburg is probably a place you might all have heard of anyway. It's a fairly prominent business town or trading town that's a few miles away from the Norwegian border. But at this time, the Norwegian border is pretty much just a line on the map. It's not enforced. It's a bit like in the UK, the borders we have between like Wales and Scotland, because there is a joint union of countries. They call it the United Kingdoms at this point, between Norway and Sweden. So they share the same king, but they still have separate governments to a point. But yeah, they're very much, there's not really like border checks or hard borders to cross.
Well, I shall put together my kit of church things. I suppose whether it's real or not, we need to investigate.
Yeah, weather is definitely going to be a bit colder up there. It's slightly north from where you are.
Does this sound like any Vaesen that we know of? This kind of appearance of cloven hooves and horns. I know that the priest is going straight for the devil, but are there any other avenues that we're thinking here?
Right, you can give me a logic and learning roll to see if there's anything that comes to mind.
That is one success.
Okay. I mean, there's definitely elements of like animalistic features which appear in other Vaesen. You've got wood wives and ash tree wives, which are pretty similar anyway, which they have got animalistic features. They have tails. Some of them can have horns. Again, some of them can have cloven feet, but they normally stick to the woodland of which they inhabit. They don't normally come into towns. So there's kind of one hand saying maybe it could be this, but then the other hand is saying that doesn't quite fit. So there's elements you've got which definitely seem familiar. But I mean, the devil himself is quite a prominent figure in Swedish folklore anyway. And this as your priest has said, this instance of turning up and playing cards is not unknown in Sweden and other countries. That variations of this tale have definitely been told over quite a wide area.
We in the church do not deny that there are other things out there, but it's who are they in league with? If they are not in league with God, then they are in league with the devil. It could be one of your heathen wood spirits or something that you believe in.
Well, I'd be interested to speak with the other. How many was it that was playing with the devil?
Three other
3-minute cards. One of whom is dead.
One of them is dead. Well, I mean, we have ways of speaking to the dead. So
He might know the most, in fact.
Well, let's put our things together.
This is going to be no blue vine tonight, or at least inferior blue vine. That's frustrating.
Yep,
the butler comes begrudgingly slouching out of his room.
Put our things together. We're going on a trip.
Oh, okay. Something's come up, has it? I will get the stuff together again.
Don't pretend like you're not delighted that we'll all be gone and you'll have the place to yourself.
Oh, very, very delighted, sir. Indubitably. And you get to mutter, grumble, mutter as he wanders off. Right. This enters into in typical Vaesen scenarios. There's a structure. There's different phases. This is your preparation phase. So, if you all want to roll resources, that gives me an idea of how much money you've got to spend on buying various bits of equipment.
it's just the straight resource, not combination with anything else, right?
Yeah, just resources.
What do I do? I'm sorry.
There's between your attributes and your skills, there's a bar that says resources.
I see it.
Yep. If you roll that many d6 and then count up how many sixes you get.
I got one.
Okay.
One.
Come on.
Having a resource of 1, I rolled a 3. But I do have a note from Firebreak that I acquired a crucifix. I don't know if that's valuable in the moment.
Yeah. Between scenarios, equipment that you pick up like that is considered to kind of vanish, that it's considered to be either put in storage or sold back because it's no longer needed. So you always start this bit afresh. But there are various castle upgrades that you can buy that allow you to store equipment.
Mm-hmm.
So I only got 1 6.
Okay. And Torren's got 1, none from the Vagabond, but hey, traditionally, no money anyway. Any from Kersey?
Nope, I'm also quite poor.
Okay, right. You have 2 points of resources to spend, which ain't much, but it can buy you anything that's from the equipment list that's got a availability of 2. So things that you could pick up for that. Give a quick couple of examples.
Crowbar, hunting equipment,
Mm-hmm.
binoculars, compass.
Yep.
I don't think we'll need a slide rule.
I'm very specialist.
Compass might come in handy if we have to go out into the woods.
We can get 2 doses of strong poison.
But are we going to be poisoning people? We don't know what we'd be poisoning.
I don't recommend it.
Mm-hmm. So what we would normally do at this point is you would choose what equipment you want, but to make things a bit quicker, and also then because you might end up picking up something you don't necessarily need, you can bank those points for now, and then when you get on site, if there's something you think we really need that from the list, then you can get it at that point.
That's
retroactive purchasing.
Yeah. It's also a bit easier than the buying stuff on site rules as well. The next thing that you would do is that in the course of this, think of it as like a montage in a film where there's little cutscenes of characters preparing, doing kind of getting their bags ready, or in this case, you've sent the butler to do it, so it'll be him grumbling. But if there's any other preparation or any other research that you want to do in this time, you can look at any one skill you've got on your sheet, and you can interact with that skill. So let's say if you had range combat, you could be polishing up your gun or like looking down the sights of the rifle to make sure that they're aligned. You get a +2 bonus to that skill that you can use once during the course of the scenario.
So looking in our library to see if we can find such Vaesen or a legend about such a Vaesen, would that be learning +2?
Yeah, that'd be logic and learning if you want to use the advantage now. I mean, research is something that happens in prep anyway. So if you want to get the bonus and use it now, all well and good. Otherwise, you can save it for later on and have it on a different skill.
I think I would like to use it now, just to see. So logic and learning +2?
Yep.
Six. One.
Okay. So you're looking specifically about the devil for any useful information that might be applicable.
Yeah, folk legends about the devil showing up in gambling.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot. There's plenty of instances recorded all across Sweden of various variations upon this folktale, where the devil turns up into an area, gets involved in a game of cards, is noticed that he is the devil, and then invariably, and along with 90% of the other folktales involving the devil in other circumstances, they usually end with a priest turning up and exorcising the devil and banishing him back to hell. As the core religion in Sweden is based on the Lutheran Church, the Church of Sweden, you would be very familiar, being in your position.
Sure.
There is the Lutheran Handbook, which is issued to priests, and that has quite forward thinking at that time. Kind of caveat at the beginning of the section that says, if you think someone's possessed, first of all, get them to a doctor and make sure they're not mentally ill. And so they think that it's normally a psychological problem rather than it being a spiritual or demonic problem.
Sure.
But then, if all else fails, proceed to the following. And it's a 3-step process whereby, first of all, the priest intones, I think it's the Apostles' Creed.
Mm-hmm.
They follow this up with the Lord's Prayer, and then they state, "I adjure thee, most evil spirit, by Almighty God," and follow that up with a declaration of a statement of intent, which is usually go back to hell.
I.e. an exorcism. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So they have quite a streamlined or abbreviated version. It's not like the long Latinate speech that you'd have to give if it was Catholicism.
Right.
But no, this is all in Swedish as well, being it's more accessible to the people and so on. But you also looking at various bits about how the devil can appear in folk tales. There is another thing that comes to mind, that there's instances where the devil turns up in a carriage. That fits with the record you've got. So traveling is definitely a thing that he's encountered on the road normally, then ends up going to a place and doing something particularly bad, like gathering sinners and inviting them into his coach or collecting them in the coach and then driving off. But the way he appears also comes down to what's referred to as a Svarteboken, or a black book. These are almost, demonic in one sense, that there's a whole load of different threads as to where these things come from. You could probably sit down here for a week and research those. Some claim they come from the Black School in Wittenberg, which is where witches and dark wizards go to learn the arts of the devil. But also then some say that priests go there to learn how to get rid of the devil as well. So take your pick. These books are usually handwritten. They have no attribution as to who wrote them. Also, the front and back page is normally blank for some reason, but then the writing's in the middle. And it contains various spells or incantations that could be anything from how to make you horny, how to make other people invisible, how to avoid being shot by bullets or arrows, and also conjuring up the devil. And loads of tales revolve around some farmhand or some hapless boy who finds one of these books, reads it, and accidentally summons up the devil, and then gets himself into a whole load of trouble. So that's another common thread that you have that pops up about folklore about the devil.
Okay, cool. So I've got all of that.
Mm-hmm. Anyone for anyone more?
I have a couple of ideas to bounce off of you. One is that I have traveled over much of southern Sweden over the last few years, so I probably have experience of Charlottenburg. I don't know if there's anything ungeneral. I mean, we know the name of the hotel. I assume we're going to send a note in reply saying that we're on our way. The note will get there before we will.
If you hop on the train, you'd probably arrive before the note, unless you've sent it. Or it'll arrive at the same time, because if you send it by the express courier, it will take the same train that you'd be taking.
Right. All right.
No, I'll buy that. You've probably been through Charlottenburg, because it's definitely it's on a main train line and also a main road as well that connects to going over the Norwegian border. So yeah, you'd be familiar with the place. It's not a particularly big town. There's probably only about 1,000 to 2,000 people that live there. And it's also divided very, very much in two. The train line intersects through the town going from the southeast to the northwest. On the eastern side of the town, that's very much the residential area. You remember it being quite a nice, picturesque little place. It's got none of the claustrophobia of a town setting. Well, definitely not an urban setting like Uppsala. The buildings are fairly big, but they're spread out a lot, so they're on fairly large plots of land. The roads are quite wide, and it just feels very much open. There's a big old sawmill that you remember, which employs a lot of people in the town. That's on the northern side, because woods surround the town on three sides: to the north, to the west, and the south. To the east, there's not a big lake, but definitely there is a body of water there. And then beyond the lake, you've got more woods. So it's prime area for logging and being able to make a lot of timber there. There's a church, but in fact, the only one church in town. You remember being on the eastern side of town. The police station, probably one that you wanted to avoid, down on the south side. Then there's a small little area of shops that immediately opposite the train station. So you've got things like the general store, the post office, the telegram office, the main station house itself. And then on the western side of the tracks, that's the commercial district. That's where you find a lot more of the major shops, things like the bookstores that are there, there's bakers, tailors. The hotel itself is on the far western edge of the town, on the other side of where the marketplace is, which is quite a big open area in that place that's usually got something trading there all year round. And that borders onto the road, which then runs parallel to the train line. So yeah, commercial district mainly west, residential along with the mill and the church on the east.
Very good. Yeah, I think I have to. I don't have anything to prepare with, so I think I'll bank the advantage. Then.
All right. All right. Anything from Kersey or Torrin?
Hey, Torrin, we're going out of town. Leave the dogs alone. You're covered with snow. Wipe your boots. Get in here.
Out of town. How far out of town?
I'll thrust the letter at him. We've been summoned. The devil's afoot.
Oh, I've always wanted to shoot the devil.
You may get your chance.
Oh, well, in this case, I'm going to say I have hunting equipment. And by dog, I'm going to do some, I'm waiting for everybody else to get things ready. I'll take Gustav, my dog, and do some alertness training. I want to bank an advantage for vigilance.
Yeah, no problem there.
Be on the lookout.
To see Kersey thinking.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think if there's anything I should do. I can't think of anything, so no.
Okay, no worries. If you can't think of anything at the minute, for sake of brevity, you can bank it, and then if you think of something that you think, oh, that'll be a good one to use, you can cash it in later. Right. Algot has your bags and equipment all ready, gets them all ready in the main lobby for you, and you are ready to head off. This is where our montage begins. The nearest train that leaves from you is about 12 o'clock. So that, as I said, will take you down to Stockholm. So you go south, and then you head west, and then you head northwest up to Charlottenburg. But it takes about 10 hours round trip. And that's with quite long periods of sitting around waiting at the train station, waiting for the next train to roll out to your next point of change, and then on again. So there's a whole lot of hurry up and wait. As you start heading roughly further north, as you get that last northwest leg, yeah, the snow does start to fall, and you can see outside the countryside slowly becomes enveloped in this white blanket of snow, and it becomes dark pretty quick. To put it in perspective, at this time of year, sunrise is about 9 a.m. and sunset is about 3 p.m. So you have 6 hours of light in which to operate. So you are definitely going to be arriving in the dark. So that last hour or so of you chugging through the countryside, passing through these big, thick woods on either side, occasionally the little twinkling lights of a town, occasionally the sign of life out there. That stops when you get closer to Charlottenburg, that it's just darkness outside. There's no street lights lit. There's no lights from any or many of the homes out there. You may catch faint glimmers of maybe light hidden behind shutters. But otherwise, when you pull up to the train station, everything is dark. And there's not many people even left on the train at this point by the time you arrive. So the conductor goes down the train, so he calls out, yep, this stops Charlottenburg. Next stop into Norway. Victor is speechless.
All right. Pullman, Where is what hotel are we staying in?
It is indeed the Hotel Charlottenburg.
Which direction to the Hotel Charlottenburg?
Oh, I know, priest. I've been here
Okay.
before. Got to trudge off to the west quite a bit.
Thank you.
Is it always this quiet at this time of night?
Yeah, he looks around. It is a bit quieter than normal. I mean, I've been doing this run for several years now. Late night, it's fairly quiet, but not this quiet. Normally, we have some people coming in and out.
It's cold in winter.
Yeah, it is midnight, I suppose.
And especially with all the snow out there, you may want some help. Especially with all he kind of looks around all the bags you've got. You may want to talk to the station master. He might be able to provide you with some transport.
Very good.
Safe travels.
Yeah. Otherwise, you pile out onto the platform. You are the only people that get off the train at this point, and then a few minutes later, the train rolls on out and just vanishes off into the darkness further up the train line.
Let's put our luggage right here, and then we'll find the station master.
Okay. There's a main building for the station that borders on the platform. You can see all the shutters have been pulled shut, but if you get close enough to them, you can see there is light inside. So someone's home.
You'd expect it at least be picking up mail or something, but I guess it's sleepy.
Station master.
You knock. A moment passes, and then you hear shuffling inside. Then finally, the turning of a key and a lock, the pulling back of a bar, a chain being moved, another bar being moved, and finally the door creaks open about 3 or 4 inches, and this half face of an old man wearing a station master's uniform peers out into the dark on the platform. Who are you?
We just arrived. We need some assistance getting our things to the Charlottenburg Hotel.
Oh, you sure you haven't stopped at the wrong station? This isn't exactly a tourist destination at this time of year.
I mean, this is Charlottenburg, isn't it?
Yeah.
We got off at the right station.
Oh, all right. You can hear he pulls aside another chain and then quickly opens the door wider and gestures for you to come in as quick as you can.
Our things are here.
I'll stay with it. You all go ahead and make arrangements. I'll stay with you.
I doubt that anybody's going to steal our things in the middle of the night. Please come and warm yourself.
All right.
Yeah,
All right.
He allows you to head on inside. He starts trying to somewhat ineffectively lift the baggage that you've got out on the platform. He manages the small stuff, but then he starts basically dragging the larger stuff, and even then he's not particularly dragging it very fast. But you can see he's definitely putting some effort in. He's a little anxious, to say the least, while he's outside.
Don't have station boys.
Well, most of them have headed out of town a couple of days back. In fact, most of the town seems to have left over the last couple of days.
Why have they done that?
Well, it's you kind of averts eye contact for a minute, especially as I imagine you're dressed up as a priest, so there's the dog collar showing. Yeah, he definitely averts his eyes as well. It's just not safe around here, sir.
In a little town like this, it's not safe. You have crime. You have.
We've got some problems, sir, especially after dark.
Is that when the devil rides then?
His head doesn't like snap in your direction, but he looks round at you with these wide open eyes that almost open wider than you think they should do. He just nods while keeping eye contact. Yes, sir. His carriage is going around collecting all the sinners. He's collecting the dead. No one's safe out there. Everyone's locked. They lock themselves in at night. No one goes out on the streets at this hour. Not anyone. I mean, I really got to suggest if you wanted to stay here, I'd easily put you up for the night. It's not going to be comfortable and it's going to be pretty cold, but it's safer than going out onto the streets.
Well, how far is the hotel from here?
It's about a 15-minute walk. He points to the front door. So if you head out there and then you take a left and then you head down past the post office. There's a little walkway goes over the train line. Just follow the road on the other side, and then that'll take you down to the hotel. But like I say, it's especially in the snow, it's not going to be quick, and you don't want to be caught with. And he looks back to Oscar, him outside.
Well, I've had my confession heard. You should have had your confession heard as well. No sins, no captured by the devil.
He kind of looks a little bit confused, raises an eyebrow slightly. I don't think most folks around here, to be fair, they don't go in for all that these days. They've got more immediate concerns.
Perhaps that's why the devil's come for your souls.
Is this
he goes a little pale.
Is this something that is only just recently occurred?
Yes, miss. It all started at the hotel. Was where it started. So one of the new guys in town got himself killed by the devil. He did at some card game.
And how many others have fallen to the devil since?
I've heard various people say some say it's 5, some say it's 10. It's not many, but a small town like ours, that's a lot.
Probably can't sneak up on us with his fire-breathing horses.
Oh, it's the horses ain't been so much the worry. It's more he turns up. They say he turns up at your door, calls you out, has a chat, offers you a coin, and then something happens. Like we heard the tailor. Yeah, his wife apparently was. He kind of looks a little bit shifty. Kind of shifts his feet again. Was sleeping with someone else that she shouldn't be. He found them. He took a knife to them, and then once they were dead, he got taken away in the black carriage as well.
Did the card player leave in the black carriage?
He shakes his head. I wasn't there. I've heard people say that he sucked the life out of him, apparently, and then left in his carriage, and then came back the next night. There were loads of people there, though. I was on duty. I'm always on duty, always.
To the GM, does it look like the snow is waist high all the way?
It's not that bad. It's probably it's in drifts, so it kind of varies in depth. You think between 1 and 2 foot.
I don't particularly want to trudge through the snow, but my friends, what do you think? What shall we do?
A couple of feet of snow won't slow me down or the hunter.
Yeah, no, it's me and the dog will be fine. And I'm sure Gustav will pick up the scent of any fiery beings before we do. So
let's just carry our own bags then.
The station master kind of looks between you, especially looks between all your bags. I said, "Well, I do have a horse and cart that I lend out to folks. I mean, that might help get you there a bit quicker, especially with all your baggage."
Well, you said it's only 15 minutes walk, and the horse and carriage will take us 15 minutes just to get ready to go. Why don't we just walk?
I presumably only have a bindle anyway, hanging at the end of my crowbar.
Yeah.
Walking stick in the other. So I can probably take somebody's, I can probably assist with somebody's baggage if they have anything substantial.
We'll be fine. We'll if we see the devil, we'll tell him to go back to bed. I'll send him back to hell where he belongs. I'd rather stay in the hotel. You don't think the hotel proprietors have left for the month or in fear?
Oh no! I think she's like a piece of the furniture. She doesn't leave come rain or high water.
Good. All right. Well, it'll all be over in 15 minutes.
Yeah, 20 with the snow. Thank you for your offer, and stay safe in there. Say your prayers.
Been a long while since I've had to do that, sir.
All the
Hey,
more reason why you should do it now.
Yeah, he opens the door for you, and once you've headed on outside, he will quite happily, shut the door, and you hear the many bolts and locks being
I was going to say, before he does that, can I say, do you have a lantern we can borrow?
Oh yes, I've got one on the cart, so I can get that for you.
Right,
Just
so we'll have a lantern.
hopefully, if you make it and you wake up tomorrow morning, then you can drop it by any time. I'm always here.
Of course. And you say it's there.
Mhm. Yeah, he provides you with a lantern. Right. Once you're outside, there's pretty much the sound of the wind, the falling snow. It's not like a blizzard. It's nicely, if under any other circumstances, it would be quite picturesque that the snow is falling down, gradually building up on the floor beneath you. But otherwise, this place feels like a ghost town. There's no sign of life. There's just this dull wind blowing through the streets and the occasional cold bite of the wind, as it is pretty cold.
There is an old legend that those who whistle call the devil. So nobody whistle.
What if I need to call my dog?
Yeah. She'll tempt the fate.
I would think that as nervous as that fellow is, he'd think that a priest is the best company to travel in if you're afraid of the devil's riding. And we don't have an address for him to stop at and offer us a coin. That part's interesting. I don't remember any legend about the devil offering up a coin. And the story about that, jealous murder, you don't really need a devil for that.
I mean, does it seem more? I mean, we must assume that it's not a devil or the devil. It's a Vaesen that is creating this disturbance of some sort.
What Väsen would masquerade as a devil figure? I mean, are there Väsen that are so familiar with human culture to be able to do such a thing and have the possibility of changing their form?
The Greeks have the satyrs and the wood nymphs. It could be anything. Whatever it is, it might be the very thing that the legends are based upon. In other words, don't talk to any strange horned beasts. And if they offer you anything, don't take it, even if it's a cake.
Devil has the best pastries. All right, you start
Devil's
heading towards
cake.
I thought the fruitcake itself is a whole different Vaesen folklore story. There isn't that the story of the one fruitcake that just keeps getting regifted between households. Right, so as you start heading, first of all, a little bit further north, and then going across the train tracks, and then the long road that will take you down to the hotel. There's just your footsteps being left behind you, trudging through the snow. The rest is completely fresh snow, evidently showing that no one has been out and about here. So just re-emphasizing the almost lonely and ghost town aspect of this place. But otherwise, under any other circumstances, again, you think it'd be quite a nice little place. As Oscar remembers it, pretty much it's exactly the same. Not much has changed here. You pass by the post office, the telegram office, and then out into the residential area, and then across. It's admittedly under the snow. You have almost like a board. It goes up a few degrees, and then it's a flat across the train tracks, and then goes down the other side. And then just this long, wide road. You see shops on either side. There's a bookstore that you see. There's a baker's, a butcher's. Candlestick maker's got a sign that has closed for good already written across it. But in fact, as you pass by that baker's, it's on a side street that kind of cuts off at a 90-degree angle. You can see that looks like there's an apartment or at least a living space above it. The window's been broken, and it looks like, at least by the shape of the indent in the snow, that someone fell out of that window and landed directly onto the pavement, but admitted the snow-covered pavement. There's no body, and there's no sign of footprints of anyone having got up. Looks, just rather out of place.
If I stir my walking stick through the snow, do I hit the broken panes of glass?
Yes, you would find them.
And the street next to that, are there relative ruts of a passing carriage in the snow?
No, there's no sign of anything.
Someone fell out the window, landed in the snow, and then bounced up into the sky.
Or vanished from existence.
Vanished from existence.
Landed in the
Is
mountain.
there a light in the apartment?
No, there isn't now. You can see that there's the curtain billowing, and there's just a dark room up there. Looks like a bedroom.
Is this something we should stop and investigate now, or should we?
Oscar. It's very cold, Oscar.
It's past midnight. I don't.
We can look in the morning.
It would be nice to let the woman at the hotel know that we were here, I think, and get caught
I
up.
agree.
Both Torrin and Oscar have both brought their dogs with them, I believe. Yes.
Yes.
Both dogs in unison go rather rigid and start to growl in that kind of low, worried type of scared dog fashion.
From what direction?
Behind you, back in the direction that you came down the road.
Yes, Hulda, what is it?
Gustav.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a slight whimper and then another growl, but following the footprints that you've made all the way back to the crossing over the train tracks, you can see coming out of one of those side streets what looked to be two black horses pulling a black carriage.
Do we want to try to duck out of the way of this, or do we stand ground and face the devil?
Oh, the hotel is right there.
Yeah, you can see the hotel in the distance. If you made a run for it, you could potentially make it.
I vote for hotel.
Let's get to the hotel.
Let's go.
Right. If you are making a dash for the hotel rather than being stealthy about it, you can give me agility rolls.
Agility.
Ooh, I get to roll 6.
So
dice.
if I've got nothing in agility, I just roll the physique.
Physique
That's right.
failed. Did not.
Nothing.
only 1 6 out of 6 dice.
I rolled 6 dice and got nada. So
Got one.
Normally, when I roll these things, these dice just refuse to give me 6s. I've got 2 this time. So as you start to run, horses are generally faster than people. And if you occasionally look back over your shoulder, you realize that you can see the hooves of the horses. They're not making any impression in the snow, and the wheels seem to be running over the top of it, leaving no tracks behind it.
That explains that.
But it is definitely gaining on you. You have a number of probably about 2 rounds before this thing would be able to get to you. So you know that you're not going to be able to outrun it. So do you want to do anything else instead?
Duck in this house with the broken window, jiggle the knob, see if it just opens, and that's what I would do anyway.
We've already kind of run away from it, though, haven't we?
Yeah, you've already started legging it. But
2 of us did.
Back.
2 of you didn't run very far. I've got my crowbar. I can make sure that the door to the bakery is open.
yeah, is there a closer building?
Oh, there's plenty of buildings all around.
We don't
Or
necessarily
even
want
an
to.
alleyway that the horse and carriage couldn't go down, if it's too narrow.
Oh, these, even in the commercial district, a bit like the residential area, these are wide streets. It gives that whole spaced out impression that's not at all claustrophobic. I mean, there's a number, as I mentioned, there's a number of stores here. You've got things like, so there's a bookstore, there's the tailors, There's the butchers, the baker, so the closed candlesticks maker store. So there's plenty of places that you could, in the immediate area, you could run to.
No one's gonna even notice in the candlestick maker store. We know it's closed. If I've already run past the baker's, then that's probably where I'm headed. You know,
Okay.
if it's,
Yes,
yeah.
head there. I'm going to pull out my holy water
Mhm.
and I'm going to spritz it on the front of the building so that hopefully, if it's the devil, he won't be able to get past it.
Good plan. Good plan. Right, the door to the candlestick makers is shut, and so you can see the closed for good sign on through the window. If you want to try and open it, you could do brute force and ignorance, which would indeed be force. So force plus physique.
Yeah, plus my crowbar gives a +1. And I don't
Oscar.
think we're worried about violence at this point. So that's
Or subtlety. Yeah.
One again. I've gotten one every single time I've rolled.
I've got 7 dice. So
But the dice like you more than they like me. As I say, they just refuse to roll 6s for me normally.
out of 7, I only got 1 too. So that's
have a
one.
law.
But between you, then you're able to combination of applying brute force to it and then popping the crowbar in and then breaking the lock open. You get the door open, and indeed it's dark inside, but you can all rush in without any problem after having holy water thrown over it. And yeah,
And then
you're inside of. Go on.
Yes, and then we sit with our backs against the door of the cold candle shop and wait to hear the horses go by.
Or knock on the door.
Is there
Or
a
knock
window?
on
Is
the
there
door.
is there a front window?
Yeah, there's
bound to be. It's a shop,
Main
yeah.
door, and then 2 big plate glass windows either side.
Yeah, I want to watch with my rifle at the ready.
Okay. Oh, this doesn't take long. This thing catches up pretty quick and comes to a halt, maybe a little unnaturally fast. It almost stops mid-track. And indeed, you can see these 2 large, big black workhorses carrying this carriage that would be not uncommon on any of the roads in Sweden between the major cities and towns. There's a single door on the side that's facing you. You imagine there's one on the corresponding side. You can see the curtains drawn on the inside. Very slowly, the curtains part, and it's just black inside. But you catch the impression of someone leaning forward and almost the outline of the rim of a hat, an impression of a face just leaning out and looking towards the shop front, looking left, looking right, looking back slowly with disdain at the front door with its holy water having been splashed across it. And then the figure pulls back into the dark, the curtain closes, and the carriage moves off. You can hear the horses go off into the distance, and then it sounds like they turn down a side street. And within a couple of minutes, it's completely silent in here as well.
Now what do we do? Oscar, speak up. You're very
I've never
quiet.
known that. I didn't know that the devil did regular patrols. Seems very silly.
It's very
There's-
strange.
This could be Vaesen. There is at least one Vaesen I know of that is driven away by Christian ritual.
Well,
Oh,
The troll. The troll is driven away by Christianity in general.
I thought they lived under bridges.
No, they're mountains, but they're quite clever. They can take other forms. They can almost appear human, some of them.
Well, we're very close to Norway. Isn't that to troll territory?
Well,
Yes,
the north and mountainous areas as well.
The troll.
Well, we could give it 5 minutes to go farther away and then continue to the hotel, or we could try to make ourselves comfortable in this dark shop front.
If it's afraid of holy things, then I've got my Bible cross and the holy water.
Now, this is something I think we've had a discussion before in Vaesen, Matt, and I don't know if we ever came to a conclusion on it. Is it the object itself, the religious object itself, or is the belief that backs the object itself that is what kind of drives these things away?
Depends on who you ask.
Okay.
I think from your perspective,
Yes.
looking at it through an occultist eye, it's the belief that powers it.
Okay.
But there is also some debate and some evidence that could prove that it maybe is the object. But particularly from your angle, you would probably lean towards the former rather than the latter.
Got it. So me waving across does nothing probably against this. So
you don't believe in it as you stated.
I always thought it was the dice that drove the thing away.
Well, let's have a look around this shop. We're here anyway for a moment, at least.
Oh yeah, we've got a lantern. Did somebody clean the place out when they shut the doors, or did they leave?
Probably still
It
smells
looks like,
lovely.
Yeah, there's definitely the smell of wax in the air. There's a little workshop out the back where you can find where wax has been melted, and then when wicks have been set up and it's been built up or layered over time to make various candles of various shapes and sizes. It looks like everything was packed away in a hurry. That someone has taken all the things, everything on display here is all gone. So it seems like a very bare shop front. But there are cabinets that are underneath the shelves where if you were able to open them up, maybe one or two of them, the owner didn't lock them up fully, just threw everything under there and then left. You do find that everything's been basically put out of sight, almost as if to discourage potential looting or anything like that. But you're definitely picking up the haste involved in here. This was done in a very, very hurried and panicked state.
It seems to make sense that if we've seen a tangible manifestation this very evening, if the locals have seen this, they have moved away in the daytime when they can get away. That makes complete sense.
Also makes sense if all of these things occur in the evening. It just further drives the troll narrative. They can't come out in the daylight.
I think it wise not to speak to it no matter what it says to you. Don't answer it. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. You seem to know more about trolls than I do. I don't know
have some
that
knowledge,
much.
yes.
So what
Isn't
about
daylight deadly to it?
Either they turn to stone.
What about this carriage and these horses? I mean,
Some trolls. It says some trolls. I don't know what the difference is.
Trick. It might not have been. If it's some beast, it might not have truly been deterred by the holy water. It could have been a trick.
It's possible. We don't know for certain that it's a troll. It was just theory.
Creature of guile and cunning.
Well, if it's physical at all, what about the fact that it doesn't weigh anything?
yes, that's what I was getting at, Oscar. The horse and that carriage just drifted across the top of the snow without leaving a track. And whatever it is, the dogs don't like it.
All Vaesen have some magic, yes. I mean, it's perhaps whatever this thing is, it's magic at work.
Well,
I think we'll be more comfortable if we make it down to the hotel.
I agree.
how much farther along is it, do you think?
Oh, you can see it from where you are. So if you poke your head out the door and then look down the street, yeah, you're a matter of moments away from it, really.
Let's go carefully at first to make sure it's not waiting for us around the corner.
Well, I can sneak out there first.
Yeah, we can send the dogs ahead. They were the ones who alerted us.
Do you want to give me a stealth?
Yeah,
I'll
give
go
you
with
stealth.
you. If it's there, I shall throw holy water upon it.
Well, I can go first. There, Victor. Don't you worry. So stealth 5, 6. Nice. I guess I can't stealth with 7 dice. Nothing. Oh.
Okay. So someone's definitely making some noise.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
So not only are you yelling at the top of your voice to make sure to ask whether he's there or not, you're also stepping on the loudest, crunchiest snow that you can possibly find along the way.
I
I
also
had 4
have
successes. If I can spread that around somehow, I'll do it. I don't know if you can do that in Vaesen. But
Some skills you can. That if you get more than the required amount of successes, then the extra successes you can cash them in for various effects. I think stealth isn't one of them, though.
Okay.
I will double check.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm boldly playing a fiddle in the middle of this street, calling out the devil.
You really want to do that at Crossroads? That would definitely get his attention. For stealth, extra successes make you succeed even better. There's no list of additional benefits, but yeah, other things are up. But I know even though Torren and Oscar go out there seemingly wanting to invite a death wish upon them, and Kersey being little more than a shadow moving out there, nothing responds. There's no sound of hooves. There's no sound of a carriage wheels being turned. He's not here.
Let's see if we can. Yeah, let's see if we can get in with the hotel to let us in. He might return if we're stuck outside the hotel for the next 2 hours.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so wandering over to the hotel. It's a 2-story building, pretty much rectangular. You do see that there is a gate off to the left, which presumably would go round to the stables at the back, where if you had horses, that's where you'd be able to park them up. But there's a little canopy over the front entrance with a couple of pillars either side holding it up. The lights are on in here, but again, you can see the curtains are all closed. From the glass front of the front door, you can see that there's a nice reception area where there's a desk. There's a big wide staircase that goes up to the floor above, and then there's doors leading off to rooms either side that look like one leads to a bar, the other one leads to a kind of a restaurant area. All the chairs are put up on the tables in a sense of no one's here kind of fashion. But as you knock on the door, you see a door open from behind the reception desk, and this lady in her, you think probably late 30s, early 40s, comes out. She's wrapping a robe around her and rushing over to the front door, holding a candle, which she then puts on the desk as she goes past. Pulls down a bar, pulls another one up from the floor, key in the lock, opens it up, and kind of gestures for you to come inside, very much like the station master did.
Yeah, as we bundle in, I'll produce the letter that she sent.
Yeah, just as she's about to, you can see that she's gearing up to ask who are, and recognizes the letter. Are you from the society?
Indeed.
Oh, thankfully. Well, I was worried that the letter wouldn't reach you in time, but looks like it did. So, oh, thankful for that. Yeah, please come on in. She shuts the door behind you, and again, there's the sounds of an empty building around you. There's not the sound of movement anywhere. There's no footsteps on the floor above you. There's no one else moving around. And you can see from the row of keys behind the desk that there's 20 little pigeonholes that she's got for each of the rooms. And all the keys are present and correct. No one is here apart from her. And your gestures, do you want a nightcap or a warm drink? I can rustle up something from behind the bar. It's bitterly cold out there.
It is cold, and he's riding, I'm afraid.
Oh, you've seen him already.
Yes.
I didn't actually see him. I was keeping my eyes inward, but
yeah, see,
we have avoided him.
Well, hopefully that will give some validity to the letter I sent.
Indeed.
Yeah, this is. I didn't know what else to do. I mean, this is just so unreal.
Yeah. So if you don't by any chance have any glue vine on the stove, do you?
I've got some bits and pieces because I've been pretty much trying to run the place single-handed. I mean, all the staff have refused to come in, and to be honest, I don't blame them. So yeah, I mean, I've been running the place single-handed, but everyone left the day after the incident. Everyone just picked up their bags and ran to the train station. It was a bit of an exodus, from what I hear.
Well, I'll be happy to give you a hand. We just want to get the whole story more than you can put in the letter. I'm sad that I guess we've missed the other two card players.
Oh no, they're still here as far as I'm aware. Well, not here, but in town.
Oh, in town, I see.
The last I heard, oh boy, there's, I think one of them, I can't remember which one, went off to the church and has barricaded themselves in, and the other one,
good place. I say that's a good place to barricade oneself.
Yes. Oh yeah, it's Sylvia. That was it. Yeah, Sylvia went to the church. I hear she's been keeping our priest, Reverend Bergstrom, keeping him rather occupied. She refuses to sleep, and is obviously concerned that the devil will come for her. So she's praying constantly there. And then Christopher. Yeah, I heard he's there's a degree of irony here. Christopher's been hiring up a whole load of the people that that's got let go from the mill, and he's been hiring them up as a private security, got his own little private security force or his own little army, as he's trying to go through as many books as he can, trying to find some piece of occult lore to try and find a way to banish the devil. But he isn't exactly the flavor of the month around here. So how vigorously or enthusiastic people would want to help him out as his private army, that remains to be seen.
Sorry, did the sawmill shut down before this?
Oh, no, it didn't shut. Well, it's kind of shut down now because half the workforce ran away and got on the train and went back home. No, the sawmill was sold fairly recently, about a month ago. That the previous owner, Christopher Sigurdsson, that's his full name, Sigurdsson. He sold it to a company from out of town, Ackerman Lumber, and that this Ackerman, I think it's Rickard Ackerman who owns the company, sent his son Emmerich to the town to take over the mill, and his first act really kind of won friends and influenced people. He fired half the workforce and brought in his own folks from down south.
Mm. Not a way to make the population happy with one.
Well, no, it's why many people weren't exactly mourning that Emmerich was the unfortunate guy who got killed in the card game.
Now that's interesting.
Yeah. And so far, the devil does not appear during the daytime.
No, definitely not. We've had no sightings. I mean, even after what happened here, there was signs of him rolling around town in that dastardly carriage. But then, as soon as the sun came up, no one saw him, and certain people took it upon themselves to barricade themselves in, and a lot of the town have literally just up sticks and left, and just got on the train and headed out of here any way they could.
Well, you would say there were signs. What do you mean there were signs that people saw, or did it leave some sort of evidence behind?
Well, there was an effort made by our town constable. He organised a search party to see if anyone could find where the carriage had gone, and they searched the whole town and couldn't find it.
I see.
At least during the day, anyway, because no one was crazy enough to go searching at night.
Yes, it would seem that it would be very easy to find him at night.
Or he finds you.
Do you have an idea of how many people have been taken?
Again, getting word of mouth around here because everything's so disjointed with everyone either barricading themselves in or having left. I've heard I've heard conflicting numbers, but it's somewhere around about the 10 mark so far.
Are any of the other people who have died been associated with the lumber mill, the sawmill, or was it just this one person?
Some former employees, but again, they all seem to fit this pattern that the devil's almost seemingly calling out those with sin and getting them to indulge, and then taking them away in his carriage.
So, are there bodies, or does he take them away?
He takes them away in the carriage.
I've heard that sometimes he sucks their soul from them. Can you describe that?
Yeah, it almost seemed like this light that was pouring out of Emmerich's eyes, his mouth, his nose, and his ears, and just being breathed into the devil. This man that was sat at the table.
It does sound like he's sucking their souls. And then they willingly went, or they flopped to the ground dead, and he picked them up and took them into his carriage.
No, Emmerich's body just fell on the table. The devil picked up the pot of coins from the game they were playing. They were playing Polka's Pass, so there was a pot of money building up on the table. He took the money, left the body where it was, and then left. I think Emmerich's body is still with the town constable.
I see. Some people he leaves, he takes their souls, their body stays. Sometimes he makes them get into the carriage with him.
Every other time in the town so far, it was that he's taken the bodies. He's got them to, like I say, indulge in sin, and then that gives him, I don't know, they have to indulge before he can take them away, whatever rules that he's bound by. But yeah, he's getting these people to do these things, and then he takes them away. Their bodily takes them away.
So
and he opens up his carriage and they step inside.
That's what we've heard from a couple of people that have seen this. There's some that have dared to peek out the windows and see what's going on down in the street below them.
Yes, it seems to have happened to the baker. I hope there's someone else in town that can make a decent loaf.
But, yeah, she kind of sighs at that.
Which room are we staying in? I would like very much to get some rest. It's been a long trip.
Oh yes, certainly, of course. Don't worry about obviously payment. I'll take care of that. So everything's on the house while you're here. Meals, board, the lot.
That's very kind of you.
Oh, least I can do for you've come this far. As you can tell, she gestures to that row of keys. 19 or 20 rooms, 20 vacancies. I can put you up in individual rooms, or if you wanted to double up, up to you really. You've got your.
Do you have rooms here on the ground floor?
Not on the ground floor. Only residentials up on the second floor.
But the closest ones to the stairwell.
Okay, we've got 4 that look over the stairway. She kind of leads you over to the staircase and then points up there. Rooms 1 through 8 are on the south wing. Rooms 14 through 20 are on the north wing, and then rooms 9 through 12 overlook the lobby. So there are those 4 rooms in a row if you want them right by the staircase.
Seems convenient for us all.
And Torin has his dogs.
Oh, that won't be a problem.
It's good because he likes to sleep with them. To keep him warm at night.
Each their own, I guess.
Well, I'm going off to bed. Let me carry my own stuff up.
Good. So it's early Saturday morning now.
Very early.
On the 20th. The solstice is tomorrow.
Indeed.
I'm sorry, I don't remember the hotelier's name.
Rebecca.
So informal. I'll ask what time she rises, because I think we should not. I'll want to sleep in tomorrow after that journey, but we'll also want to have a full day, and the day's so short.
Gotcha. Yeah, she'll usually wake up, well, as it's kind of informal with only the four of you being here. She'll probably be up at about somewhere between 7 and 8 so that she can get breakfast ready. But otherwise, with it being 9 o'clock being when the sun comes up, that's when she'll really become kind of active. So if you want breakfast, she's quite happy to do it anywhere between 8 and 9, say when it's still dark, or when it's turned light.
No, 8:30 makes sense to me, and we can get out as soon as we know the wagon won't be rolling.
Indeed.
Okay, so unless anyone has anything they want to do overnight, the night will pass fairly uneventfully. The rooms are quite nice. They're nice and plush. The beds are well made, big and soft, so you can able to spread out in them, and nice and warm. And yeah, I mean, it's generally quite a nice, fairly upper class joint. This is definitely a high class hotel.
Unlike our current high-class digs, no wings of it are rotting. It's kind of an exciting change of pace.
Or concealing murderous creatures.
Yeah, this is not your Castle Gillencrutz level of hospitality, where you've got revenants in every other room, roofs leaking, floors that are willing to give way at any minute. This is luxury compared to home.
Oh dear God! You said it's the solstice, the equinox, the solstice.
The solstice. Tomorrow night.
Shortest day of the year. How convenient.
How did we remember to put something out for Queen Fairy? Yeah.
The chef will take care of that back.
I hope so. I hope so.
Yes, we've pinned multiple reminders.
Oh, excellent.
All over the kitchen, all over the front hall.
And as you've quite astutely pointed the date out, and having been out last night, you will also realise that not only is it the solstice, it is also a new moon. So it's completely dark up in the sky.
Well,
what is the year?
1863.
Well, I should like to have a good look around this town and see what we can find.
I think a seance would be in order. See if what the dead can tell us as well about the ordeal.
Is that something that you need the body for, Kirsty?
It's a good question. It doesn't say in the rules. Do you need a body, Matt? I didn't think so.
All you need to do is know the name of the person you wish to contact.
It's very unusual that a body is even extant. People tend to get rid of those quickly.
Well, it's winter, so they can't bury it at the moment. The ground is quite hard.
It's wasteful to burn. I wonder, Victor, if you don't want to speak to the witness who's barricaded herself in the church.
Yes, I was planning on going to the church. I think since you mentioned in a small town like this, there's very little change over the course of time. The only thing that seems to have recently changed was the ownership of the sawmill. And
that does seem strange.
I mean, I'm trying to think in terms of Väsen legends and so forth. Chop down the wrong tree and you piss off the wrong Väsen, you know.
True. Also, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm more of the impression that somebody has called this thing here to kill him.
That's you
if
and I are
if all the people that he's taking are sawmill people who still have jobs. I mean, this is revenge.
Not the baker, but there's definitely, I think this might have been a summoning that's left unintended consequences.
Summon the devil and then not be able to send him back.
No.
Or a deal with Vaesen gone awry. You don't put enough parameters on a deal, and now the Vasen's like, yep, we fulfilled our deal. Now I get to do what I want.
They cannot be trusted, after all, fundamentally.
We shall each of us pursue our various directions based on our ideologies. So I'll go talk to the priest and to the woman who's barricaded herself. What was her name again? Did you recall?
Sylvia.
Sylvia.
You should also speak to the other witness to this.
The other witness may be a bit harder to talk to. I mean, it's surrounding himself with a bunch of armed, scared people is
Hated by the entire town.
You, Torin, also appear, healthy and hale and armed and strong. Perhaps you could ally yourself with this group and get more information.
That's not a bad idea.
Mm. Yes, if he's having a hard time finding men to hire because he's angered the entire town, here you show up with a strong dog and a good gun and a sharp eye. And while you then each speak to one of the witnesses, I shall prepare an excellent glühwein tomorrow and warm my feet by the stove.
Would you care to join me,
hotel.
Oscar? Perhaps you have some questions for the deceased?
It's probably better to have more hands for the seance, yes.
Yes, I can't take part in such a thing.
Yes, because I mean, talking to things you can't see is preposterous.
No, bear in mind that I do believe the dead go to heaven or hell. I don't believe they linger around and speak to people. So you're very likely to conjure up some sort of trick or demon, but pretending to be. Just make sure you are careful.
Check the dead's identity.
Yes.
Okay, so it sounds like you are going down the classic horror trope of splitting up and covering more ground that way.
Of course.
Excellent.
That's correct.
So, first of all, though, your spirit summoning, you doing that during the hours of darkness, or are you waiting for the sun to come up for that?
I don't know enough about. I'm assuming my character would. Is there some effectiveness to doing this in the dark or versus the light or anything like that?
Generally, it doesn't seem to make a difference what time of day you do it. It's mainly just the atmospherics. But normally you would want to do it in a room that is fairly dark anyway, rather than it being dictated by whether the sun's up or not.
I'll wake early before the sun rises and do it then.
Mm-hmm. And is Oscar joining you for that, or are you doing that solo?
Your call, Oscar. If you want to.
Well, now that you decided to do it while it's still dark out, I'm a little reluctant because it was a long train ride. But I think that you need hands for a seance. You don't, it's not a. It's usually an all around the table thing, or the campfire.
You and I, one side of the table and the other, my crystal ball in the middle. We can just hold hands.
I wonder if we couldn't get Rebecca in since she knew the party.
That's actually
it's her place. Idea. I think that's. I mean, you're the expert, but.
No, I think that's actually a really good idea. So, if she's willing, I don't. Sometimes you say seance and people look at you sideways.
Mm-hmm.
And she did write a letter to us to deal with the devil problem. I don't know if she's going to be that reluctant.
I'll ask her if she'd like to join us for this then.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she's gets up early at the same time, so she'd be in a robe, wandering around, pottering around, getting coffee on and getting the stove warmed up and the like. But yeah, she's willing to entertain this.
Okay.
Saying that anything that will give you more info as to how to deal with this, it's going to be worth it.
All right, and I have the roll for it. I'll call the gentleman by name. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I know that at least Rebecca knows.
Yeah, it was Emmerich Ackerman.
Emmerich, yes, that's
Emmerich Ackerman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that was no successes, but I can push it and re-roll, except -1 die, right? Because then I have a condition.
The penalty doesn't apply until after the roll.
Okay. So. Okay. Then I can choose the condition, right?
Yeah, it'll be a mental one because it's based on observation, I believe, for the
right. like angry, like this didn't work right. And
Now, I'm not a super spiritual vagabond, but is there any way I can chip into her effort as somebody in the seance?
This is one thing that Vaesen doesn't really have. It doesn't have an assistance mechanic.
Okay.
there we go. I got it the second time around though.
Oh, there you go.
I got 2.
Okay. So you potentially get some more information out of him then. Okay. The room that you've got set up, I imagine the curtains are drawn still, and it's still dark outside anyway. You've got a candle with set up on the table next to your crystal ball, and the 3 of you are holding hands, forming this little triangle around the table. And slowly that candle starts to flicker, and the light almost seems to shrink, just so that it's only you 3 that are illuminated at the table. The outside world is gone as far as light is concerned. And then as you're adjusting your eyes to the light and calling out his name again, maybe getting a bit angry as the fact that he's not responding, you realize that sat cross-legged on the floor, just on the edge of the light, there is this man in a suit. But there's something odd about him. It's just a bit too dark to tell exactly what, but something doesn't feel quite right about his features. But he sat there looking up at you. Someone called my name.
Tell me what happened at the moment of your death, Emmerich. What happened?
I'm dead.
What's the last thing you remember?
I was playing a game. I was playing cards, and I had a good hand. I had a trump. I had a couple of trumps, and I thought I'd go solo. I thought I could take the pot, and there was someone else at the table, and his eyes just almost go into a 1,000-yard stare as they open wider. Man in a dark suit and a hat. He laid out all 4 vessels in front of me, all the trumps. He took the pot, and what did happen to me?
We were hoping you'd remember.
I just found myself in darkness. There was a moment of burning pain, and then I'm here.
Do you have a sense of where your body might be?
He looks down at himself and just prods himself.
Okay. No.
You do remember that Rebecca said the body had been taken to the constables. So presumably the
Okay,
police
that's
station.
right. Okay. Can you describe what the other man looked like, the one that you played poker with?
Yeah, he was it was Polka's Pass they played. So it's a game that's fairly similar to Whist. It's one that you'd be familiar with. He was handsome. He was tall, dark suit, well tailored, top hat, of a kind of a goatee beard and moustache. Quite intense eyes. But otherwise, fragrant perfume or aftershave.
Do you have any enemies? Someone who would want you dead?
He shakes his head. I think maybe my father. Maybe people might want him. Might not like him, but I've not done anything to hurt anyone.
You laid a lot of people off at the sawmill. Was that purely a business decision?
In business on the instruction of my father. That he was adamant he wanted people he knew that from the business that would be running the mill the way he wanted.
Mm-hmm. And you never saw the fourth man's hooves or his horns?
No, I remember Sylvia screamed saying that he had hooves, but I didn't get a chance to look. That was when he laid down the four jacks, the four vessels.
Do you think he was cheating?
Either that or he had tremendous amount of luck. I mean, it didn't seem like he was cheating. He played and he won and he lost hands through the evening up until that point.
It's not as though he had a card that you also had or something suspicious like that.
No, he just had a better hand. The best hand, in fact.
Yes, indeed.
Is there anything else, Oscar? I can't think of anything.
Yeah, I'm afraid, Emmerich, that we're sending you back to the dark carriage.
It's dark. I don't know if it's a carriage, but there's just nothing.
Well, if we're successful here, I think you can go someplace more peaceful.
He nods. I hope so too.
Okay. I'll, end it there, whatever the proper
Go in
words
peace.
are. Yes, go in peace.
Okay. In which case, you can see he kind of unfolds his legs and he gets up. There's this horrible creaking sound as he does, almost like wood bending and about to snap. And he turns and starts to walk away. And it's as he does so that you notice it's those features that were on the kind of the edge of the light that seemed a bit weird. That his hair is more like tree bark than it looks like hair. And as he moves, this wooden creaking sound just follows him off into the dark. And then the candle flares and illuminates the rest of the room. And it's just the three of you sat there. Rebecca looking quite stunned and wide open eyes.
The bark and the tree symbology.
Yeah. There's Väsen involved here somehow. He's not in a human afterlife.
Father,
tricky things.
Victor had mentioned that, he had said something about cutting down the wrong tree, making a Vaesen angry. There are, ash tree wives and such that are tied to trees. And you have this man whose business is in chopping down trees.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we since we were up early, we can tell Victor and Torin before they head out.
Mm-hmm.
Rebecca, let's see about some of that
breakfast.
coffee.
Yeah, let's get some breakfast.
Yeah, so have a quick discussion and game plan over breakfast. Sounds like a good plan. All right, so you're all fed up.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I've been dreaming of Krampus all night long.
It's the season. We met poor Emmerich, lost soul.
Oh, you were successful.
Well, he doesn't know much. The devil or the creature, the interloper, seemed to be very lucky at cards, and Emmerich has no sense of being either in heaven or in hell or in purgatory or in any other categories. He's just been in darkness, and he's getting very wooden. He creaks like a forest in the wind, and in the shadows he's turning barky. So menace, we need to look into the woods, I think.
I agree.
he didn't even want to fire people. That was his dad's idea.
What excuse did he give?
Hiring his own men, I think, was the excuse. But
You know,
if this man is your enemy, then what greater way to cause him grief than to kill his son?
We
far out of town
know
is-
that it's not entirely just a revenge scheme. I mean, we've got a devil driving around in a carriage, floating above the ice and snow.
It's right. Something else is going on. I mean, as
There's a lot
kind
of
of said,
pieces.
perhaps somebody brought it here to kill one person, and it's gotten out of control.
I should be very interested to speak to the local Lutheran minister and see why he hasn't driven the devil away himself.
sounds like he's been under siege by the Sylvia woman the entire time, who lost her marbles seeing cloven feet.
How far out of town is the sawmill?
It's in town, right? On the other side of the train tracks in the north.
Pretty much on the edge of town, but it's still within the town itself. In fact, it's because the tree line comes quite close to the town boundary in various parts. So yeah, it's definitely not outside the town. It's not like you have to go like 5 miles into the woods or anything like that.
Okay,
It's very much part of the town.
Is it
We don't have
likely there would be a
whole lot
river
of
there?
daylight.
Oh, what? Sorry.
Isn't it likely there would be a river there? Because for a sawmill, wouldn't you need to have your power from something?
Yeah,
water
there are
wheels?
various streams. So yeah, I mean, Oscar would probably remember there is a water wheel there. It then connects down and goes, flows off to the east, and then eventually connects with the lake.
Who needs streams? You could just burn coal forever, right? No way that could ever come back to haunt us. Years
Who
from
needs-
now.
Who needs coal? It's his mining company. Well, as soon as it's a little later, I'll go over it with the church.
By the time you end up finishing up breakfast, then there's the first signs of light outside, and it rapidly starts to become a blue sky rather than just being this black void above you. And the snow has stopped, so there's still nice carpet, about probably 2 foot of snow out there now.
It probably means the nights won't be pitch black, because when you've got a full field of snow, even starlight is somewhat bright. Doesn't mean it'll stop the carriage, though, obviously.
Well,
Yeah,
someone
so-
could harness the sun to chase the troll. If it's a troll, we could turn it to stone.
Know that it's a troll. That we have this very persistent, like, nature theme, wood and bark and wood out sawmills involved in all of this. I don't know.
But what about the coins? Why does it give people coins?
This is something maybe we'll take up with the Reverend Bergstrom as well. It seems like, is this town exceptionally steeped in sin that everyone would rather flee to the countryside than just refuse temptation? Or is the
Oscar,
temptation
everyone-
somehow supernatural?
Everyone sins. Every man, woman, and child. It's
Right, but if the devil walked up to me and said, "Here's a shiny coin, would you like something that I'm prone to? A beautiful forever pot of blue vine that will never be empty." I would say, "No, you're the devil. Go away." And then I would close my door and he would have to get back in his carriage. But this town appears to be incapable of resistance. But maybe
it's
that's
why I've
because
said
he's
it's best not to speak to the thing at all. It might be some form of mesmerism.
I also wonder if we should all carry vials of your holy water around, since that might have been effective last night.
Well, I have plenty. You put holy water into regular water, and the regular water becomes holy water. So
I
Can't
wonder
really
if
dilute it.
the coin is necessary in that who the victim is accepting the deal, you know, like you're like whoever this Vaesen is that is terrorizing this town. It's like you have to have a willing person, someone who is accepting of whatever this deal is, and then the devil wins, and then that person dies. Do you know what I mean?
What if it like? Oh, I mean, the one story that we know of the person who got in the carriage afterwards killed his unfaithful wife and her lover. I mean, perhaps there is some kind of.
Perhaps the first place we should go is the baker's shop and find out if there's a crime scene there.
It's also a good idea.
You've touched upon a few things here that might spark some memories amongst various research topics you've done. So people can give me a logic and learning role, and you might be able to put some of those together.
My learning is nothing because I like nature and stuff, and books are stupid, and I have a little bit of logic.
One success.
Okay.
I once again have rolled no successes tonight, and that continues.
You
For the one
sounds like you're
resource.
rolling my dice. Anything from Oscar? Okay, so Kersey and Victor. Yeah, this is definitely actually, now that you're thinking about it, sparking some memories. Perhaps something that Victor actually maybe stumbled across in the library back at Castle Gillencrutz, but maybe passed it over because it wasn't a direct reference to the devil, at least not in the first part of the book anyway. There is a tome, a quite infamous one, that goes by various names, whether it's called the Grand Grimoire or the Red Dragon. The copy I have is called Red Dragon. That outlines a particular ritual that is used to summon up the Prime Minister of Hell, Lucifer's Rofakal, that the caster has to first create this blasting rod and then go through this fairly elaborate process of summoning up this particular high-ranking devil in the bureaucracy. You know, even in hell, you get bureaucracy there. But the deal that's made by this rite or by this ritual is for the caster to be shown a cache of a large amount of treasure, which normally takes the form of lots of coins. And part of the deal that's made is that, yes, you can have this vast treasure, but you have to give me back one a month. And if you forfeit doing this, then I will come to take your soul. So there is a connection between at least demonic entities and treasure in the form of coins.
Yes, indeed. It's well, mostly nonsense, but you know that the legend exists, and we are often encountering things of legend. Things that we can see that others can't, of course.
Situation feels reverse of what you described.
That it's giving a coin.
It now has a lot of money, and it's giving one coin to different people instead of the inverse.
Yes, I agree. It seems reversed. We also might be able to discount what some people have reported, because people write the legends into their experiences, because if you believe the devil has hooved feet, then whether he has hooved feet or not, you're going to say he had hooved feet. The devil throws money. There's so many little wise saws. I don't know. I'm quite at a loss on this one. I'll go speak to the priest and the woman, Sylvia.
Oscar,
We all go?
Oh, I was gonna say, Oscar, if you're going to the bakery, I'll come with you. But if you were
Oh,
going
we
with
could
Victor.
investigate the bakery. That's a good protocol.
And I'm off to go visit good old Christopher and his little personal army.
We shall meet back here, say, in a few hours.
Lunchtime? Have lunch together?
Yes, indeed.
I mean, we're enjoying the hospitality of this very nice hotel, and I frankly would like to take full advantage of it. And after this morning, I feel like, she's got to kind of be on board, right? She's probably got a whole larder of stuff that's going to go to waste since there's nobody here. So we should really just.
As long as she doesn't show up at the end dressed in black and telling us that now we must pay for what we have taken. See, the bed wasn't that comfortable.
Or just complain about the food
off.
and demand all your money back.
Yeah, I'm off.
Right, so it sounds like then you're splitting up and going in your different directions. That sounds like a great time for the curtain to descend for the intermission if people want a quick rest break.
Rest break.
5 minutes later.
Right, so we're splitting up and going across Charlottenburg. So we've got the priest going, unsurprisingly, to the church, got Torren and Oscar going to the same place.
No, we're Kirsty and I are going to check out the scene of the crime at the bakery.
And I'm going to visit Christopher.
Gotcha. Okay, the closest to that is going to be the closest to the hotel is going to be the bakery, so that will be the first one that chronologically takes place, and then we'll go to the church, and then we'll go to the other businessman. So, yeah, Kirsty and Oscar arrive there. You can see that there's starting to be signs of life emerging now. Some windows are opening, some shutters are being pulled back, and you can see people looking outside and getting kind of the lay of the land as to what's happened. And definitely there's a bit of interest around the bakery, but mainly from afar. People aren't really getting too close to it. It's almost as if they're worried that something might happen if they get a bit too close. So you're not prevented from going over there, and there certainly doesn't seem to be any sign of any law enforcement here either. But yeah, the place is pretty much as you saw it last night. There's the imprint of a body on the ground, but no body there. And there's no sign of any carriage having pulled by or anyone else. And no one seems to have got too close to it, according to the footprints in the snow either.
I'm assuming the bakery's not showing signs that it's open for business.
Very much like the candlestick makers, actually, that when you go over to the front, it looks like there's actually a layer of dust over most things in there, that it's maybe being shut for a little longer.
What do you think, Oscar? I don't know. All these people are kind of nearby. Don't necessarily know we want to go breaking into this business.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a conundrum. If it were open, I could sneak in, but I'm not sure I could sneak you in that easily.
I can sneak easily myself.
Well, let's you whistle and I'll check the door handle. If they've really left town, then it might be unlocked.
Okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, are you going front or back?
Bakeries have a lot of late deliveries. Let's do the back.
Okay. You head round there, and indeed the door is unlocked.
Easy as pie. All right. So a quick search of the bakery itself, and then upstairs to the scene of presumably whatever.
Whatever happened up there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, definitely the bakery on the lower floor, or on the ground floor, where pretty much the main workings of the establishment happen, doesn't look as though it's been used for probably a couple of weeks. There's definitely the kind of closed sign at the front door. When you move it slightly against the glass, you can see kind of the outline where it used to sit. So definitely this place has been shut for a while. There's a fine layer of dust over a lot of stuff in here. It doesn't feel like the ovens have been warmed up in, say, a good couple of weeks.
Is there paperwork? Is there a name associated with this bakery?
Yes. If you go to, there's a small back office out the back where there's got rudimentary paperwork has been done. It's nothing particularly complicated. You get things like bills and for like delivery of materials like flour and such. So the kind of stuff you would normally expect. There's nothing that stands out as being particularly odd here. All the paperwork is made out in the name of Torgny Pilkvist.
The beautifully named Torgny Pilkvist. Now, a town of this size, a couple thousand people, there might be 3 or 4 bakeries. So even one closing down is a sort of huge inconvenience for people.
Mm-hmm.
2 weeks, how does that compare to what you remember, Kiersey, about when the mill deal changed?
That was a month ago? Was it a month ago? Yes.
Yep.
So it could be that Pilkvist didn't have business because so many people left town because they were no longer
Domino's, yeah.
at the mill. But it also seems, I mean, this is not considering we have a recent event with broken glass on the sidewalk, this is not a devil-based.
You think
All right.
someone just leapt from the second story window in an act of despair or something?
Well, let's go up and see what there is.
Yeah. Yeah, let's go upstairs and see.
Okay. You can give me investigate rolls upstairs to piece together what's there.
Ooh, that is my poorest situation practically. But I never roll a
That's a
6
great
even when I've got 7 dice. So 6.
Me too, actually. Just the one. Bunch of 5s.
You see, you have to taunt those dice, and it brings the 6s out. Right. You head upstairs and are able to say piece together what's there. That it looks like whoever was in bed got out of bed, walked downstairs, went to the front door, came back upstairs, and then threw themselves out of the window. You find, though, that there is some more detail surrounding this that maybe puts things in context. That the bed that's there is a double bed with 2 very distinct tracts where people would lay in them, where the mattress has just got flatter with age. You do find that there's male and female clothing up here. A small portrait that shows a middle-aged man and a middle-aged woman. But there was only one body down on the ground, and it looks like one side of the bed is maybe a little bit lower than the other. Plus you find some not discarded but put to one side flowers that look as though they've wilted in vases, and some notes that evidently are of notes of condolence, saying sorry for your loss.
So, like the murder-suicide, we have a situation where someone was in a state of despair and accepted a visit from this carriage. Perhaps the reason Torin called the expression disdainful when it left us behind, maybe that's because none of us were ripe for harvest.
Possibly.
So it seems like the man was the remaining party based on the side of things and whatnot.
Yeah, it looks like his wife of many, many years, Carita, is the name that pops up a lot in the condolence cards. Looks like she passed away somewhere between 2 to 4 weeks ago. And that, yeah, he committed the sin of suicide. He threw himself out of the window.
No.
Why no body print? Why?
Well, why does why did, I don't know how post-life realms work personally, but I'm prone to believe that Emmerich didn't have a sense of motion. I don't believe that Emmerich is in that carriage. I believe these other people are in that carriage. And they've all agreed to it in one way or another, which means I don't feel any particular anxiety about meeting it at night again. Although, again, we don't know what kind of temptations are possible. Or
I think Victor may be onto something. It might be some trickery or mesmerization. You know, I don't necessarily think these people are willingly doing this.
yeah, I mean, there might be a compulsion to take that coin, as it were, and then you're driven to finish the bargain. But something is collecting people,
Yes,
and they're
I
collecting them bodily, which is disturbing, particularly since the first victim's body is on ice. Maybe we should see the sheriff about this, or whoever, the constable in town.
we should, if we could. I mean, I'm not a doctor, I don't really, but maybe we can get somebody's opinion on what they think about the body.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to hide behind Rebecca's skirts on that, because we are not, or maybe we'll get the Reverend to go and, shine up his top hat and talk fancy. But I think we know what happened here. Maybe we'll
Yes,
talk,
I agree.
maybe we'll see if any neighbors saw anything, but
Good idea. Yeah, after we exit quietly out the back, I'm assuming I might go strike up a conversation with some of the people that we've seen observing it, and ask about the baker's life. What can they tell me about him, I guess?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, this gets corroborated with a couple of people that you speak to, and particularly if you talk to one, then there's others that will overhear the conversation and might come and chime in as well. And it becomes quite an open picture. It doesn't seem like there's much that's really hidden here. Karita died of consumption, and it was ever since then that Torgny, I mean, they'd been married together for the best part of 30 years, that he was just a wreck afterwards. His pretty much his life fell apart. He fell into what might be termed depression, or at least a deep state of upset. And there were a lot of people that were worried that he might actually go and do something like this anyway, because they were inseparable. So it wouldn't take much to push him over the edge.
I suppose that's not very surprising then, although sad. Okay.
yeah, we'll go. Let's wander over and wait for Victor outside the church.
Sounds good.
I took some rolls, so from the hotel.
Those are gonna be
the rolls.
stale, Oscar.
These are terrible. I took them from the hotel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so if you found anything in the bakers, there wouldn't so much be rolls, be more like
Rocks.
boulders. Yeah.
Balls of green.
Ugh.
Mouse cocoons.
It's live. It's live.
Making a nice little home for itself inside. Oh. All right, over at the church. So a little bit longer walk. You head over the train tracks into the residential side of town. And then the church itself is also on the northern edge of that. So you take a left and end up walking down these long, nice open streets. With very little sign of anyone really having passed by. You do notice there's a rather nice looking young girl who's dressed up quite warm. She's probably in her late teens, early 20s. That kind of rushes past you on the other side of the street. She's not running, but definitely walking with purpose, probably heading in the direction of the train station. Okay. But yeah, dressed up pretty warm. You head to the church, which itself is a rectangular plot with a small vicarage outside of it. The graveyard runs around three sides, and then you've basically got this open grass, or would be open grass if it wasn't covered in snow, with a gravel walkway that leads up to the front door. The front door's shut, but as you're approaching the front, the door of the vicarage opens, and a gentleman also in similar attire to yourself, complete with dog collar, carrying a tray that has what looks to be various slices of cold meat, bread, cheese, and so on, like a typical kind of breakfast foodie type stuff. And also a steaming cup of coffee. Comes out from the vicarage, closes the door behind him, and starts heading towards the church when he sees you approaching.
Good morning.
Oh, good morning, fellow man of the cloth. I didn't
Indeed,
realize.
I am Pastor Nystrom from Uppsala.
Oh, you're a long way from home.
Oh, indeed. How are you this morning?
Not bad, not bad. It's been a trying couple of days.
You are the pastor here?
Yes. He looks trying to think of which hand do I give you, but both of them are holding the tray.
There's no need.
But yes, Pastor Bergstrom.
Pastor Bergstrom.
Yes, Valentin Bergstrom.
Valentin, named after the saint. I've heard a very interesting rumor that the devil is walking amongst the streets.
Yeah, he sighs. Yes, particularly various members of the town, or at least of the community, are convinced that this is the case. I've got one poor young such lady currently taking up residence in the church, asking for sanctuary, and is determined to do anything to try and save her soul in the eyes of God.
Oh.
So, Sylvia Sundberg, her name is.
You have not seen the devil yourself, then?
No, thankfully. Maybe living so close to holy ground, maybe it's not where his wheels of his carriage apparently want to tread. I hear Perhaps. He's running around in some big black carriage, they say.
This is for her. Why don't we go inside then?
Yes, indeed it is. So yeah, please follow me. And he walks down the aisle towards the front of the church. And when he gets there, he unceremoniously, with his boots, he kind of knocks the snow off them and then just kicks sideways on the door a few times. Rather than not, because he's still holding the tray. And a couple of seconds pass, and you can hear the big, heavy bolt or bar on the other side of the door being pulled back. And the door opens up a bit wider than like when the station master opened it. She opens it up probably about 2 or 3 feet. And this very disheveled, very evidently sleep-deprived lady in her probably late 20s, early 30s, is stood there looking like she hasn't and smelling like she hasn't bathed in a couple of days at least. She sees the priest and very much is, oh, thank you, Father, and takes the tray from him, and then sees you there and says, oh, I didn't realize there were any other priests in town.
Good morning. Shall we close the door? It's quite chilly outside.
Yes. Come in. You never know. He might be out there even in the hours of daylight.
I have come from Uppsala. I am part of a group of people who handle some of these kinds of problems. You say you saw the devil here.
Yeah, she nods quite vigorously. She puts the tray down on one of the pews. It's a standard arrangement for a church up here. You've basically got a couple of rows of pews. There's an altar at the end. It's very, very basic and very cold in here as well.
I've heard you saw his little cloven feet.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I knocked a card off the table where we were playing. We were playing Polka's Pass. There were 3 of us until he turned up. And everything seemed fine until I knocked a card off the table, and then I saw those feet. He's real, Father. This isn't some kind of delusion. I've seen him. He said he was coming back for me.
Well, yes, my dear. Most of us have always known that he was real. We don't usually see him, but you should consider yourself quite lucky. You have the chance now to repent of your sins and and you shall not be attacked by him. I have seen for myself. Last night we arrived after midnight and walked to the hotel, and we encountered him on the street. I used the holy water from the church, and he was not able to pass it.
Ah,
So he is the devil, not the devil perhaps directly, perhaps Lucifuge Rofakal, the
She
prime
doesn't.
minister.
She doesn't get the reference.
I say this only because there are legends about him making. He's like the treasurer, the prime minister of hell, and he makes financial deals with people for riches, and
Well,
there was gambling, and there has been coin exchange.
mhm.
It sounds like, at least it's following that legend.
That's kind of my job. Kind of trading coin. I'm the head of the local chamber of commerce.
Oh, you are.
So yeah, I mean, I
interesting.
worried when he said, because he said at the table he wouldn't pass up the opportunity to go to collect two souls steeped in as much greed as me and Christopher, and that he would come back for us.
Are
And that's why-
you embezzling money from the? I mean, now is the time to confess.
Yeah, her eyes open wide, and she shakes her head vigorously. No. I've never embezzled. I've never committed a crime. Certainly, if I can be accused of anything, it's that I maybe charge more, and that I take a larger slice of the pie. But it's not illegal. It's business.
It's true. It is not illegal, but Jesus Christ himself said that usury was a very bad thing. You should not take more than you are entitled to. Yes, that is avarice. That is one of the roots of all evil.
So are you saying if I give up my money that I can send him away, I can avoid him coming to get me?
I'd say that you need to repent, truly repent. You need to take whatever you have stolen and return it. And if you do not have the ability to return it, give it to the poor.
Well, it's like I said, it's not stolen, it's not illegal, but I have no problem with donating it to the church. I mean, I'd rather lose my money and keep my soul and my life.
I look around at the church. Is it a nice church?
It's very basic. In fact, it doesn't look as though it's being really tended to particularly. The floor's dusty. There's some of the pews are a bit a bit rough angles. It just seems like there's not been much care and attention paid to the place.
Well, that is perhaps one way to do it, but it would be better for your soul if you gave it directly to those who are in need, the poor on the street, and those who do not have food or clothing necessary. I don't know if you have any of those in this town. It's very cold.
Oh yeah, we don't really have many. I mean, there's a few folks that were employed at the mill that were laid off recently. A lot of those haven't got jobs.
Yes. Help those who need help. I think you'd be safe to go out during the day. Don't go out at night because, I can't guarantee it, but I think that the name Lucifuge means fear of the light. So it doesn't seem to come out into the daylight.
Yeah, you can see her nodding away to this. Kind of backing up your words and your statements there. Do you want to give me an inspiration roll?
Sure. Inspiration. Oh, there it is. Okay. And that's empathy. Oh, that's the most I've gotten to roll. 1.
Okay, 1's still good. So yeah, I mean, you can see that this was she was a fairly worried, fairly kind of sleep deprived. You probably think she hasn't slept since the incident at the hotel. Lady that is in fear of her very immortal soul. You seem to bring a bit of a shine back to her eyes, a bit of color back to her cheeks, and she seems a bit more confident and, if anything, not relaxed, but definitely a bit more relieved. She says, "Yeah, I'll head back to my my home now while it's still light, and I'll get what I can and bring it back here for the church, and then we can help with the father's help. We can start distributing it from here."
Well done, my dear.
And she kind of suddenly kind of not lunges forward towards you, but kind of approaches and wraps her hands around you, and you can hear her gently, not quite sobbing, but definitely tearing up. And just says, "Thank you, Father."
Oh, thank you. Thank God. Go with God. God loves you.
And she rushes out about the time when Kersey and Torrin are heading up to the front of the church to meet up with Victor.
I see them coming. But I'm going to turn immediately to the priest. Father Bergstorm, why have you neglected your church?
It's a sad state of affairs, I must admit. This this community, you know the old phrase, one cannot worship God and Mammon and God. They fell for Mammon a long time ago.
Well, perhaps it's best not to judge them and to show them by your perseverance and your own faith that yours is the better path. We should get this place in order. Now the devil has come. Do you have any idea of how this has happened?
He shakes his head. To be honest, I've battled with my own eroding faith for some time. I'm not proud of it, but it's trying to be a priest in this town is like a captain going down with a sinking ship. And I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. I don't have much I can offer, really. I don't know. Well, apart from this place has turned away from God in not so much wanton disregard for him, but just a general apathy and a concern more with material wealth than it has with spiritual guidance. Maybe the devil sensed that. Maybe he finally saw that this place was a home for him, and that's why he's come.
I see. And I sort of reach out to take his hands.
Yeah, he doesn't resist.
And I say, it is very interesting. I don't see holes in your hands. I don't believe that you've been crucified or given up or despaired to the point. When Christ himself was on the cross, nailed and dying, he said, "Father, forgive them, for they don't know what they're doing." He didn't condemn them. He says, "You need to pull yourself together, man."
You can give me another inspiration roll for that.
Cool. Oh, that didn't work.
Okay. It may just take a little bit more time with this one.
Yeah.
You kind of feel the not his hands are limp, but definitely there's just not much strength there, and that while there's not much strength in his body, you're fairly sure there's not much strength left in his soul. But he's not beyond saving.
I put my hands on his shoulder. I'm like, wow. You're going through the dark journey of the soul, but you'll come out on the other side into the light.
He nods and he says, I hope so.
And now we need to figure out what to do about the devil. Here, my friends.
Right. And as they arrive, we'll shift the camera across to Oscar for a minute, or Torrin rather, for a minute. So Torrin is arriving solo at the home of Christopher Sigurdsson.
Yep.
Yeah. You're in an area that's not too far from the not train station, not too far from the mill, the sawmill. Evidently, when he owned it, he wanted to be fairly close to his place of work, so he didn't have a particularly long commute. This is also an area which is relatively upper class in the sense that the houses are a little bit bigger, the plots of land are slightly larger as well. And as you approach, you can see that there are two guys out the front door, which from a distance, it looks to anyone else, it would look like they're just leaning on maybe some kind of broom or brush. But you would be fairly familiar being a hunter that they're long rifles and that they're wearing quite thick, heavy outdoor clothing as if they've maybe been sent on sentry duty or they're going to be on sentry duty outside for quite some time. But they're just chatting amongst themselves. You even hear chuckling and laughter. Maybe one cracked a joke and the other one gave a little bit of a chuckle. As you approach, there's definitely no hint of, oh, we've got to be on guard and worried because there's some kind of terror stalking the streets at night. There seems a very jovial atmosphere between the two of them.
I'll have my rifle shouldered and my dog kind of in heel position at my side, and I'll say, if you're intending to shoot the devil, you're here at the wrong time.
Oh, they both turn and look towards you. Oh, no! You think you'll find we're here at the right time, because while we're here, the devil ain't here. So that sounds like a great time to be here.
So you're not out here to shoot the devil then?
Oh no, we're hoping not to shoot anyone. Waste of good bullets.
Fair enough. I mean, is there good hunting around here? I'm sure there's. Oh
yeah, normally maybe this time of year it ain't too great, but say when it warms up a bit, it's definitely a bit better. There's plenty of deer and other such out in the woods.
Oh, that's definitely worth saving your bullets for. So I mean, if you're not out here to shoot anything, what's the point of being out here?
Oh, we're getting paid to be out here, so we're out here.
Oh, fair enough.
I take it as you're here, you probably want to see the boss inside.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I know he's definitely in. The bookworm went in to see him a little while ago, so I can I'll knock you in. He turns around and brings up the rifle and just whacks the rifle butt against the door. A couple of moments later, the door opens and this figure about just short 5 foot tall, hunched over, because they were the prominent hunch on one side, got a hooked nose and long scraggly hair, dressed in a butler's outfit, opens the door and looks up as best he can at the guard leaning over him. I got someone here who wants to go and see the boss. At which point the butler looks up at you, gestures. If you'd like to follow me.
Thank you. Well,
can I take your coat?
No, thank you. I'm okay.
Oh, okay. You almost see a look of relief on the guy's face, because there's a row of pegs where coats would be hooked up. But yeah, there's quite a few up here, but there's still some empty spaces. He would have to take a stick that he's got got propped up against the wall to try and push the hook up, push the coat up to try and then get it on the hook, because he's so short and stooped over. If you'd like to follow me, I will show you through to the master of the house. And he turns and starts limping away down this corridor. But you can see either side of you that there's a couple of sitting rooms or reception rooms out front where there are more of these folks quite happily drinking coffee, cracking jokes amongst themselves and having a jolly old time. Again, guns propped up against seats, that implying that there's guards in the interior that are really also treating this as a bit of a jolly.
Yeah, they've been paid to loaf around. I mean, that's
especially on the day shift.
Yeah.
Right. You're led through this not labyrinthine house, but definitely fairly large house. It goes back quite a way, and end up in a room that has a good view of the back of the house and the back gardens that stretch off, which are, say, just snow at this point. But with a couple of folks with rifles doing walks around the garden and around the back of the house. This disheveled figure that's easily in his 60s, wearing a dressing gown, very disheveled suit underneath it. Again, looks like he hasn't changed in a fair while, and the aroma is starting to build up in here. it's been masked by lots of tobacco, as he has a pipe hanging from his lips. He's sat on a large plush sofa with a coffee table in front of him, and around him are just piles of books, various degree of quality and age. There's at least a couple of versions of the Bible that you see on the table in front of him as well that are open at various passages. A notepad and pen which he's scribbling down notes at, and another man in significantly better. He looks less worse for wear, significantly better but health, sat on another sofa opposite him, with a bag that he's going through and pulling out books and then saying, well, this might be of some relevance. This might be something that you find useful, and he puts that on the table in front of him. And the little conversation stops as you come in, and the elder gentleman, who's definitely worse for wear, says, "What's this? Who are you?"
A pleasure to meet you. My name is Torin. I was with a group of individuals who were sent for by Rebecca. Here you have a little bit of a devil problem.
Rebecca? Oh, you mean Rebecca at the hotel? It's the only Rebecca I can think of.
That's the one.
Oh yeah, we've got a devil problem, all right. I mean, although that's what we're working on here, and he gestures towards all of the books in front of him. But yeah, we're working to hopefully get this problem solved once and for all, and get him out of our fair town. Have you met? And he points towards the man opposite, who probably shakes his head. Says, "No, I don't think we've been introduced." He stands up and offers a hand. Sten Bjorkland. I'm the town's premier bookseller. I stock lots of occult and religious texts, and hopefully you'll find something in here that can help out our friend here.
I'm just trying to get a lay of the land. I've heard that you, Christopher, were present when the devil first appeared here.
And he nods quite definitively. Yes, I was. Was poor Sylvia that saw the first signs of it and sort of screamed her head off. Drew a lot of attention to everyone around the table. But yeah, we were the three of us. Me, Sylvia, and Emmerich were playing Polka's Pass, and yeah, this fourth joined us. I mean, if you know the game well, you know 4's better than 3, and yeah, everything was fine up until that point, and then no pun intended, all hell broke loose.
So, do you normally gamble, or did you normally gamble with Sylvia and Emmerich was his name?
Yes, yeah, I mean, I've played cards at the hotel for years now. That it's a nice place. We have our table that we have in the corner of the bar. I've been playing with Sylvia for on and off for a while. She joins games every so often. Not every week. Emmerich was new in town. He was actually who I sold the mill to, or rather to his father's company. But he was the new manager there. He was running the place, and he was quite happy to join us. So he was getting to kind of be one of us in the town. And hell, I like spending all the money I've got now from having sold the mill and not having to work now for the rest of my life.
Right. Now, this devil. What time were you playing cards when you walked in?
Oh, we normally start about 7 or so, and we have a bite to eat as well, probably about 8, and then normally wrap up about 10. That he must have come in just after we'd eaten, so probably about 8ish.
Was he there for the full 2 hours afterwards, or when did he
It was, I think, a little after 9, so after about an hour or so of him having joined us.
But he had money. I mean, you're gambling. He had money with him already.
Yes, yeah, he had money. In fact, he bought in quite readily and quite happily.
Any inkling about why he showed up at all?
I think he mentioned that he was just a traveler passing through town. He was looking to stay the night. He hadn't got anything to entertain him, and he saw that there was 3 of us playing the game. When as you say, no, it's traditionally suited for 4. He said I could be your 4th, and we took him up on the offer.
You already knew how to play.
Yes, he knew. Yeah.
Right. I guess what he told you. Do you know of any reason why, say, the devil would have an interest in this little town of yours?
He shakes his head. I honestly wouldn't know. I mean, I'm not much of a religious person. I'm taking very much he gestures at the books, taking much of a crash course here, looking for any and any way out of this. But if anything, I'm just more angry than anything else. I mean, I've worked hard all my life running that mill. I mean, I took it over from my father. I've been running the place consistently. I've always treated my people good. I've made a lot of money out of it. Now that I've finally sold it, and I can relax and enjoy my wealthy retirement, this happens. It's almost like God's out, or God or the devil is out to punish anyone who's actually a decent businessman and finally makes a degree of success. What kind of a world is it when this happens?
Well, I certainly couldn't answer that question, but why don't you move? I mean, this place is a ghost town now. You seem to be a man of plenty of means.
I like it here. This is where I was born. I've grown up here. I like my house. Why should some demon in a suit push me out of my own home?
And has he come by here at all at night?
No, thankfully. I mean, I'm thinking the amount I've invested in this small little militia has shown him that I'm not messing around. That if he tries to come in here, then I'll meet him back with as much force as I can muster and as many bullets they can fire.
Shame, but I see. I'll kind of like tap one of his books. You don't seem to trust in the martial force you have here. I mean, you're looking for something beyond bullets, right?
Well, just in case. I'd rather have a definitive solution that will get rid of him sooner rather than later. All that the guards are doing at the minute is that he's showing him that he shouldn't come wandering around here, but he's still wandering around. That's the problem.
I'll kind of turn over to Sten. Was your name, right?
Yes, he perks up. Yes, that's me.
These books, they're all yours.
Well, they're from my stock. Yes, I mean I run a bookstore in town, so I have lots of texts. I do lots of mail order stuff, so stock tends to linger around while I'm waiting for people to confirm whether they want to purchase certain items or not. And yeah, so it lingers. So I made an agreement here with Christopher that, say, if he wanted to rent some of them or at least borrow some of them, he'd pay a nominal price rather than buying them outright, and then I can help him see if he can find anything that's relevant in these.
You sell any books on black magic, perhaps?
You can see he kind of looks off to one side and he ponders. We do have things like that come in from time to time. We do. We did have a delivery from a house clearance sale that came in a couple of weeks ago. But I haven't had a chance to look through it myself, and my assistant's been off work because her father's been pretty ill. So it's, as far as I'm aware, the boxes are still back at the store in the office, waiting to be catalogued.
Interesting. House sell local?
No, it was a dealer that I know from out of town. She occasionally gives me kind of heads up on stuff that's coming in, and she just say she helped me get involved in this say house clearance, and then transported the books up here, and I've basically taken a cut.
Okay, your this assistant of yours, you said not there because of her father?
Yes, Hannah Berg. Yeah, her father. He's been apparently very ill. He kind of leans in almost like to do a stage whisper. I think it's more the fact that he might be sobering up is probably what she's worried about. That he's become a bit of a louche, a bit of a drunkard over the last month. Not his own fault, I think, but he was just rather weak-minded and fell to the bottle for help.
So are you sure that any and all books that would say pertain to summoning something like a devil to a place would be cataloged and accounted for in your shop?
Well, I don't know of anything off the top of my head that we have like that. I mean, we do get requests for stuff like that from time to time, but it's not stuff that I'm aware of that we've got at the minute. But I don't know if there is anything from the house clearance. I know that there were some occult tomes in there, but it was Hannah's job to catalogue it all. And then, like I said, she started, and then her father became ill, and she's not come back to the shop since.
Do you know if she took any of those books with her?
He almost looks kind of a little insulted, but not only mildly. No, Hannah's a good girl. She's worked for me for years. She wouldn't steal from the shop.
Well, maybe not advertently.
Well, the only thing I can do is maybe suggest to have a look over there. I mean, I can go back. I'm planning on heading back to the store anyway after I finished up here. You're more than welcome to join me.
Yeah, I would be happy. Just a quick question. I have another question for you, Christopher.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know anybody who would wish to do you, Sylvia, and Erickson harm?
He's a little shaky. You can see he's picking up a cup of coffee that's slightly jiggling in his hand as he starts to try to chug it down. Maybe people are envious around here that the likes of me have managed to accumulate so much wealth and status over the years, and really well earned as well, and a lot of hard work went into it. Maybe the jealous, but I don't know of anyone who's ever kind of raised their head and identified themselves as an enemy as such. That's no, I can't think of anyone really. I'm a pillar of the community. I'm a respected man. Everyone loves me.
Well, I mean, you have plenty of people, again, a gesture behind me, who are willing to defend your homestead, and that's says something.
So they should be for the amount of money I'm giving him.
So I just, sorry, I might be such an imaginative soul, but is Sylvia wealthy?
No, she's the head of the local chamber of commerce. She's made a pretty penny out of that over the years.
And Erickson, manager of his father's new mill, I'm sure he was well off.
I think his father was extremely wealthy. I mean, he paid outright the amount that he offered me on the first offer I put to him. So he must be wealthy, especially with the amount I quoted I wanted for the mill.
Did Sylvia have a hand in the selling of the mill?
Oh, I mean, she drew up some of the paperwork, because being involved with the Chamber of Commerce, things like that very much fall kind of under her purview. So yeah, I mean, she had a tangential involvement.
Sorry, I just find it intriguing that the three, just the three of you at that table, with your position as business types, all with some association with that mill, and well, the devil pays a visit to town, and he just walks right up to the three of you together.
Yeah, his eyes open a little wide, and I hadn't really thought of it like that.
Did this devil figure say anything to you?
Oh, he made some bravado about after he took. Well, people are saying that he took Emmerich's soul. He did some kind of light show that he made some kind of bravado comment about two other souls steeped in greed. I'm not going to miss the opportunity of passing you up before he left, and said he would come to collect us soon. But I take that as probably just to say terror tactics and bravado.
Yes, well, good luck with your research, Sten. If you don't mind, you could go over to your bookshop, take a look at things.
Yeah, certainly. I think I'm about wrapped up here for the day. You good with that, Christopher? And he nods in return. He says, right, yeah, well, I'll show you over there. Right, and meanwhile, on the other side of town, or not other side of town, but back at the church, the three of you are together.
Indeed. I fill them in on what I believe. This demon, Lucifuge, he fits all of the things, the sort of descriptions. He gives money and then takes it back in various means.
The woman who raced past us was Sylvia. She looked a bit of a mess, but not hopeless.
She seems to have been not exactly embezzling money, but taking more than is fair. She's going to take the money, and I have asked her to try to distribute it to overcome the sins that she feels she has done. Whether she's committed a sin or not is unimportant. It's more that she believes that she has, which makes her a target for whatever this thing is that is stalking the town.
Well, you might consider that most important. I think that, the challenge we've accepted in coming here is to rid this town of this night carriage.
Yes.
And I'm not sure that her personal guilt will have any effect on that. Is there some way to just discorporate or disincentivize this visitor? It seems to have gone a little bit.
I think traditionally anyone who could actually summon that particular demon must be pretty powerful. They would need a ritual of some sort, something very involved. I believe that it's considered one of the worst possible demons to summon. And he makes bargains. He makes bargains that he always has the advantage of.
Kiersey, tell Victor what we saw at the bakery.
Oh, yes, I did. The baker took his own life after his wife passed away of illness. But it appears that he had some visitor before he decided to take his own life.
And so, like the suicide and murder, it seems as the people are doing themselves.
It's possible. It's the old sort of story where you make a deal with the devil to have fame and fortune for a year or 10 years, and then the devil comes back for you and takes you away.
No, it isn't that story at all. This baker was a guy who was in a marriage for a long time, and his wife died of consumption,
Right.
Yes.
The
He was
miserable
in
death,
despair.
and he
Yes.
survived a while, and then this thing comes to town, and then he leaps to his death. And as we saw, the floating carriage takes him away
Yes.
bodily.
I'm speculating just on some of the details.
Mm,
What
certainly.
if the priest, Father Bergstrom, he's told me that he feels like that the town itself has become very avarice and very, very money obsessed and less church going than it was before. What if there was a deal struck years ago and now the comeuppance is coming?
The whole town struck a deal in some sense.
Well, maybe. Everybody seems quite happy to have lots and lots of money if they have it.
Well, I wondered myself why, if this demon doesn't seem to do any harm to anyone unless they make a deal with it, why people would flee instead of just refusing. Kirsty and I were thinking about going to see the constable and perhaps the late lamented Emmerich.
Yes.
And we have time before we meet
True.
at lunch.
Yeah. I was about to
The
say, I don't know
question
that it would
is-
look any different than any other corpse, but it's worth a
I,
look.
I wonder if anyone in town has a reputation for witchcraft, black magic, or anything like that. That would be interesting. I should ask Father Bergstrom if he knows of anybody with that reputation. Father Bergstrom.
Yeah, he comes back out of the vicarage when he hears his name called. Yes, yeah, I thought heard you call.
Is there anyone in town that would have the reputation for being into the dark arts, the summoning the devil, or performing witchcraft? Or
Nothing quite that severe, but we did have up until I think it was maybe a little over a month ago, about 4 or 5 weeks ago. There was a lady that lived in town. Hiveli, her name was. She was very much a kind of the wise woman of the town. She was very much a believer in the old ways, a bit of a herbalist, did kind of traditional folk remedies and so on. Yeah. But she's not around anymore. We suspect she's passed on. Probably in the belly of a bear somewhere up in the woods.
oh, so she lived on the outskirts or in the hills.
Oh no, she lived in town. She had a family. She had a husband. Had a daughter as well.
But she used to wander.
Yeah, well, she used to go out into the woods to collect herbs and other ingredients for her concoctions.
Moss and mushrooms and bark and things.
Exactly that.
Hiveli was her given name or her surname?
That was her first name. Hiveli Berg, that was her married name.
And her family, did they move away or did they remain?
Oh no. The families had just one kind of mishap after another, really. So Hiveli went out into the woods, and the search party found her cloak, but they never found her body. But it was assumed that she'd been picked off by a bear.
Sure.
Otherwise, why be out in the woods all this time? And then a week after that, the sawmill closed, and her husband, what's his name, Edwin Berg. He had some kind of accident, if I remember right, a few years back, where he lost a hand in, I suppose you could call it, an industrial accident, and the owner, Christopher, offered to give him a job in perpetuity as kind of recompense for the accident. So, but obviously the new owners came in, and all bets are off the table. He was one of the ones that got fired, and the poor guy's been trying to find a job ever since, but a one-handed, near crippled man in his 50s. There's not exactly much prospects for him, and he's unfortunately to say he's become a bit of the town drunk.
So he still lives here.
Yes, he lives in town, and his daughter works at one of the local bookstores. She's pretty much the only income for the household now, and is looking after her father, from the last I heard.
I see. Can you point me the direction of their home? Or you say she works at the bookstore?
Yeah, there's a bookstore owned by one of our more prominent members of the town, Sten.
Sten. All right. Well, thank you very much. Clean up the church.
I'm getting on it. Just need to find the broom, and I'll get sweeping.
And the bookstore, I think we saw on the way to the hotel. Yes, it's on the main commercial street.
That's the one. Yeah.
Let's head over there.
That's...
Oh, in a funny state of coincidence, as you head over there, it seems that Torrin is also heading over there with the owner. So you kind of meet up, coming towards the place at the same time.
That is Dog Boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, hello.
What brings you here?
Oh, well, Sten here is providing some research materials to Christopher, who's desperately poring over volumes, trying to find a way to rid himself of this devil problem. You recently got a shipment of interesting and occult books, and we're looking in to see if if any of them have wandered off. He has an assistant whose family is in some quite dire strait.
Oh, last name
You mentioned
Bold?
that.
Berg?
Yeah.
Ever since poor Hannah went missing, I suppose.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Hannah, the assistant.
Oh,
No,
not
the
Hannah
mother
went
went
missing.
missing. Her
Sorry,
mother
yes.
went missing.
Oh, her
yes.
mother. I just knew about her situation with her
Pirelli.
father. I did not know
Yes.
that her.
Stan, it's a pleasure to meet you.
He extends a hand.
Did you know
likewise.
Hibberley well?
Not well. I mean, she was always a bit of a spooky lady. She had a certain clientele. I wasn't among them.
Well, it's nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to seeing your shop. We don't get, out of Uppsala that much. See new and exotic materials.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've definitely I've got one of the best selections in this region, really. Not that I want to blow my own trumpet, as it were, but yeah, definitely. Oh, come inside and have a look. And he opens up the store, and it's a long, sort of rectangular main open room where there's a couple of tables set up with display items, but mostly it's shelves around the outside of the room. And then at the far end, there's a curtain which blocks an entrance, which goes back to a small kitchenette and a small office area back there as well. The office area has various books that are in state of being repaired, so he does bookbinding as well and repair of some of the more damaged books he gets. There's also a few crates and a table that's set up to one side where it looks like these are the books that came in through the house clearance.
Do you have an initial catalog of the clearance?
Yeah, I should do somewhere. I mean, Hannah was working on that. She would have done. She would have originally had the invoice that would then show what's in there. She would have ticked them off to say if they're there or not, and then would have been entering the details into our ledger. So I mean, there must be something around here somewhere.
Are you usually closed on Saturday? Is that why Hannah's not here?
Oh no, Hannah's staying at home because her father's ill. Well, at least ill or sobering up, one of the two. He starts looking around, trying to find the invoice, and it takes him a little while. But you find the underneath a large leather-bound ledger, he finds, oh yes, here we go. Here's the paperwork, and he hands it over to you to have a look.
I'm looking for something unusual. One of a kind, unusual book that may have appeared.
Yeah, I mean, there's a few items that definitely strike you as being, oh, these are fairly rare or fairly obscure tomes. And then there's two items that really perk your interest. The first one is titled "The Annals of the Society," which you're fairly sure is a book that's in your library, which is a tome that would be present in the chapter house library of, well, at least the library of a chapter house of one of the places where the society would be based. You know, your copy isn't missing, so this must relate to somewhere
Someone
else.
else's. Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's another entry that is just listed as Black Book.
Let's see if we can find these on your inventory. They haven't been sold.
Oh no, anything back here wouldn't have been sold as yet.
Yeah, these are the new shipment.
See if we can find these.
So what family did these come from? Or estate?
He flicks through the paperwork. It was a house sale in Matala, I believe. You'd be aware of Matala. It's a town, again, way down south. So it's quite away from here.
Are we aware of a chapter house down there?
Not that you're aware of, but then a lot of the society's records are all gone because of the 10-year period where it wasn't in existence anymore.
Right.
So it's possible there is a chapter house down there that you don't know about.
Victor, we're going to have to get this book. I don't know if we
Yeah.
can afford it, so we're going to have to figure something out.
Let's
Punch him in
get
the
them.
face.
Let's find them. Goodness, let's find them. Let's find these books.
Oh, yes.
Right. Let's see if we can look at the books.
Yeah, going through the crates doesn't require a roll because you literally just go through crates. It's not like it's hidden. You find the copy of the Annals of the Society. That's there.
Yeah.
There's no Black Book.
Yeah. There was, though.
I'm sorry, Sten, but I mean, I know it could be a little lacking of tact, but you are missing a book here.
Oh, you sure? But he looks a little kind of worried about that.
Yeah, no Black Book.
Oh. No, she couldn't have taken it. She's a good girl. She's worked for me for years.
Perhaps she just borrowed it.
Yeah, that sounds like a much better explanation. Yes.
Could you tell us where she lives? Because we would really like to get our hands on this book.
Yeah, I mean, sure. He gives you the address. It's back on the residential side, not too far from the mill, but more in the kind of seedier part of town.
Gentlemen, shall we?
Thank you very much. We need to purchase this particular book. It relates actually to some friends that we've had many years ago. We've been trying to find information on them.
Oh, certainly.
How much would something like this be?
Oh, he takes a look at it. He does like a quick appraisal. Says, "Well, if you want a price like on the spot, I can do you a fairly good deal. Especially as you say, it's got some family connection. He makes you a reasonable offer for a book of that size and quality. Maybe it was slightly on the higher side.
We've got to make a profit. How do I know if I can afford it?
We have 2 resource points.
I was about to say we have resources.
There you go. Yep, this would be equivalent to both of your resource points because it's going to be a relatively major spend, but it is an item of significance to the society.
Do we want to do that?
We have no choice.
It's important. Yeah, I think it's important.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, and he gratefully hands it across. He wraps it up as he would do with any other book. So ties string around it as well, and so to make sure it doesn't get damaged. Says, "Yeah, thank you, and by all means, come again if you want anything. You're looking for anything else in particular."
Thank you
very much.
Can any of you actually hear confessions? Because I've kind of told a little white lie, and the devil is coming tonight to take my soul to hell.
I think you can tell Gustav confessions. Oh boy. Yes.
Yes. What a good boy. All right. Excellent. I think we're finally getting somewhere.
Go visit. Yes, let's go visit this Berg home.
Do you think there's anything we should do or can do to protect ourselves? It seems like this poor girl has read something she shouldn't have. in a condition of grief and desperation.
Well, let's hope she's on the remorseful side instead of on the further vengeful side. Otherwise, we may have to shoot faster than she could speak.
I had possibly thought maybe it was the mother, disappeared, gone to be in nature.
I think that it may be very likely that exactly what you said happened. She got caught by a bear or a wolf while collecting and died. And now her daughter seeks revenge for the man who no longer has any kind of source of wealth.
Or it could be that the mother pressured Hannah into taking the book in the first place. But we'll see. We'll see.
Possible.
We'll find out.
She was an occultist, I think they said, and who knows?
She was a practitioner, which could mean anything in a place like this.
True. You would be surprised. Vaesen sometimes find a way of edging themselves into our worlds and marrying and having children and passing for human, and no one knows and is the wiser.
No, it's true. She could be on the other side and have fooled them. Hannah could be half human.
Well, let's go find out, shall we?
I mean, hopefully. I mean, if the mother was a Vaesen and turned herself into a tree at the wrong time, dangerous place to do that.
That is entirely possible.
Hi ho, it's off to fate we go.
Hope we don't die.
Grenade. Right, you trudge back across town, and you get to the address that you've been given. It's not exactly a grand establishment. It's a small cottage with, you think, probably a very small upper floor with a couple of windows that are basically poking through the roof. That wouldn't provide much light to the rooms that are up there. There's a front garden that looks like once upon a time. You can see bits of vegetation poking through the snow. It looks like a very overgrown herb garden that hasn't been tended to for a long time. Otherwise, there's a front door, a couple of windows either side of it. You do notice, though, that there are footprints in the snow indicating that someone has come out of the building and then gone down the street, and of course the footprints just go off into the distance, and then come back again. And Victor, thinking of the direction they're going, you remember seeing a young girl that passed you on the way to the church. That these tracks would correspond with the way that she would, if she'd gone a couple of streets over, that she would indeed have passed by you.
Right. I was going to say good morning to her, but she was in a hurry and went past rather quickly. I wonder if that was her.
Do you think it's very cynical if I consider getting a bottle of fortified wine to take to Edvin, the father?
Maybe
no, but we could say that we're there to see how he is. I don't know. How about some soup?
Well, I was thinking more of keeping him out of the way, and that's why it's cynical. I don't know if I could buy such a thing in this town on a Saturday morning with the town half empty anyway.
The general store was down by the train station.
Well, if we're worried about this young lady knowing some vengeful dark arts, I don't know if intoxicating her father is going to get us on our good side.
Let's just see what the situation is. We have. I don't think if she found some sort of Svarteboken and summoned up the devil, it would have been a rather long ritual. She wouldn't have it like instantly memorized.
Yeah, I think she just made a mistake, honestly. All right.
Yeah, perhaps in grief or anger.
Well, I'll sneak around the back and peer through the window while you knock on the door.
Okay.
If keep your eyes peeled. She could have just left the book sitting there. Grab it when you see it and put it in there.
I'll whistle twice sharply if I see any danger.
Okay, so Oscar goes round the side of the building. You don't need any stealth because there's no one like waiting or watching there. Going around the back and looking through those windows, you can see there's a long kitchen that runs almost the length of the back of the house, and it's in a complete state of disarray. There's unwashed plates. There's piles of food that have been discarded and that are now starting to grow things out of them. Yeah, think of it as almost like a student digs kind of site, like a student kitchen in today's term. This place is filthy.
Terrible disarray. No obvious intention of evil.
No, just slovenly. Yeah.
Oh.
Right. And Victor goes up to the front door and knocks. As you knock, you happen to glance down, and you notice there's something laying in the snow next to the door. Looks like a piece of like a ball of crumpled up paper that's been thrown in, kind of crumpled up in anger and then just thrown down on the ground.
I'll pick it up. What do you make of this? I'll hand it to Kersey.
Okay.
Let's see, what is it?
Looks a bit like this.
Mrs. Berg, stop. Your assessment of the situation is drastically inaccurate. Stop. This is nothing more than a minor setback. Stop. If you believe that I will sell the business to you for your pitiful offer, you are sorely mistaken. Stop. And as for the loss of my son, this is also a minor setback. Stop. I can easily send another. Stop. Do not bother to contact me until you have learned more about business. Stop. Yours. Stop. Rickard Ackerman. End.
Okay. Says the typewriter hasn't really become particularly widespread at this point, if at all. The telegraph system definitely is, but messages would come into the telegram office by hand. So this looks like it's a transcript from the telegram office.
Like that.
I wonder if this family attempted to buy the mill from that gentleman initially, and he went with the person with the higher offer, and they've been trying ever since.
Well, no. I think the
Ackermans are the new owners.
Yes, yeah, I'm saying perhaps this family, the Bergs, initially attempted to buy the mill from the previous gentleman,
from Christopher.
and he sold it to the Ackerman, and now they're trying to buy it from the Ackerman. Maybe that's why.
But the loss of the son is interesting.
Yes.
Well, what do you mean send another?
I guess he had several sons, and he's got a heart full of love.
Heir and a spare.
Oh,
As Christopher has indicated, the Ackermans are just incredibly wealthy, and they didn't even try to negotiate down on the price, which also sounds odd to me. There's something weird going on here.
This telegram also suggests that maybe rather than having a conversation with young Hana, we should just surround the place with fiery staves and then a moat of holy water, because it sounds like this is a very much intentional. Unless this is Mother Berg and not Daughter Berg, but the paper has not been out here for a month.
It says Ms. MS, not MRS.
Well, that didn't exist then anyway.
Oh, did it not? Okay.
It's from the 30s, I think.
MS, wouldn't that be Monsieur?
Well, in
Abbreviation.
fact, in Sweden, it would be like Fru.
Yeah. Well, I've already knocked, so
You've already knocked.
Okay. Yep. It takes about this long because there's no immediate response, but then you do hear this kind of thud inside, and then I'm coming. And the sound of evidently someone vomiting quite badly inside.
Hi, Edvin.
Followed by the sound of light running footsteps coming down the stairs from up above, and a muffled voice go crying, "Father, you okay?" And there's evidently some movement inside, and finally the light footsteps come to the door. The door opens, And yeah, Victor does indeed recognize the young lady that opens the door. She looks between the four of you. Yes, how can I help?
Good morning. You are Miss Berg,
Yes.
your father Edwin. Does your father need help?
He fell off the sofa. He's okay. He needs to rest a little bit.
We have come to discuss a few things with you. Would you mind if we come in?
If you like, I'll apologize in advance for the mess. It's
No need to apologize.
We've come quite a long way, so.
Okay. She looks a little nervous, but she opens the door and gestures for you to come in. Before you even come in, the smell hits you. The combination of vomit, urine, body odor, and alcohol that's radiating from the living room area that's off to the right. Peering through the door, you can see that there is this hovel of what used to be a living room. There's what look to be bottles scattered over most of the floor. Some of them in brown paper bags, others blatantly open. And this sofa that is now so caked in urine, excrement, and other such odor that it seems like the father has been laying on that thing for a while, and probably relieving himself there as well.
God.
He's kind of passed out half over the edge of the chair as he's trying to reach for a bottle and then just starts snoring.
How old is Hannah?
She, you think, is probably in her late teens, early 20s at the absolute most.
Well, yeah, you want to go ahead, Victor?
Yes, Hannah. We are not with the police or any authority in the town. We are investigators. We are looking for a small black book that you may have borrowed. What was
Her
that?
eyes go wide.
That you may have borrowed. We're not going to say anything, but we would like to have that book, please.
Okay, you say you're not with the police, so you've not spoken to.
You're not in any danger of being arrested or anything like that. We know that you just borrowed it.
You see, I'm sure you're aware your town's experienced a little bit of a peculiar situation of late.
She go not shrugs, but kind of. I've heard things. Yes.
Yes, you can't be very. Do you have the book? Could you get it for us, please?
Yes, I do. I do have that. If you'd like to wait, and she gestures over to your left, where there's what looks like the dining area. Basically, it's a couple of. It's a long wooden table with a few wooden chairs around it. Again, nothing particularly plush. It's upstairs. I just need to go and get it.
Certainly. This is my sweet pop Hulda. She and I will come upstairs with you. And after we get that, we're going to help clean up around here. I know you've had a hard time managing.
Yeah, she nods specifically about the having a hard time. She is somewhat reluctant to let you upstairs, though. So if you want to give me a manipulation roll, you potentially get her to let you up there.
This is where my deception talent comes in. Because I do not trust this young lady one whit.
Oh, I'm sure she's perfectly innocent.
9 dice. If I can't get a 6 out of 9 dice, all of them. 2, 3 6s.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you pretty much have her wrapped around your little finger, especially as
Hulda's
little
a
doggy
sweet
looks
dog.
up and is going,
Don't eat that.
okay. Sure. It's a bit cramped up there, but
Yes.
Yeah,
We're
do you
going to
want
help
to-
with all of this, Hannah.
yeah, I could do with help. And she's kind of talking as she's heading up the stairs with you following behind. That I've had to drop everything to just having to work as much as I can at the store, trying to get as much money as I can do to try and support my dad. And you don't know how hard it's been.
Yeah. I had a dad like that myself. In fact.
She gets to the top of the stairs, and the landing up there is pretty much just enough room for her to stand on. There's not really any other space up there. There's a door on the left and the right. She opens the door on the left, which would be over the dining room area. And inside is little more than a bed, a very small wardrobe, a chest, and a little dressing table. She pulls the bed aside, with kind of matching the scrapes on the floor, and then goes over to one particular floorboard that's slightly pried up, which she pulls it back, and there is straight in view this black octavo sized leather-bound book. But even then, it's not really like hardback. It's just black leather that's forming a soft cover around this hand-bound material. It's laying on top of a large bag, like a duffel bag, that seems like it's quite full of something that's also sat under the floorboards. But she just picks up the book because that's all you asked for, and then turns around and gestures, and here it is.
Oh, thank you very much. This is very important. What do you have underneath it? Hulda, does that smell like something?
Yeah, our dog kind of wanders over and sniffs and looks a little bit perplexed, and kind of looks back over going, oh.
Well, let's get downstairs and join the others. I know you've been struggling on your own, Hannah. Do you know what happened to your mother? I don't think it was really a bear. Your mother knows better than that.
Well, that's what I thought, but the woods are a strange place, and she's been careful out there. Well, she was careful out there all her life. We searched everywhere that we could think of, and we just found the only thing we found was a cloak of hers. That's all that we found.
It's been a very hard year. I'm sorry. We're here certainly to help you and help the town. And this book is the first start. And let's hop downstairs.
As you've been talking, you hear a very triumphantly sounding dog going, ah! And turning around, you can see that your little doggy has nuzzled into the bag and has now got what looks like a gold coin held between their teeth.
Hulda, don't eat that. You're a very smart girl. Thank you.
And drops it at your feet. It's an odd gold coin. In fact, you can give me a logic and learning roll to see if you actually recognize what the hell this thing is.
Haha, 5 dice, nothing.
Yeah. It has the crown. It has the face of Carl XV on one side, and it's marked in Swedish on the top. It looks almost as if it's fresh off the mint. But this ain't krona. This isn't a dominant denomination of coin that you're aware of.
Has Hannah gone downstairs already? Or is she waiting and looking?
On the landing.
Yeah. Are you making money, Hannah?
Well, she looks kind of shifty, back and forth. I found it out in the woods.
Near your mother's cloak?
Well, yeah, actually, as it happens.
Well, I'm not as wise as some. Let's go downstairs and talk about this. I'll start washing up in the kitchen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give does the black book look more like something that Victor would understand or that Kiersey would understand?
Somewhere between the two.
Oh, all right.
Have a look together.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We've got it. We've got a start. I can't and also Hannah's got an interesting stash upstairs. I'm gonna if there's any soap in the kitchen,
Mhm.
I'm
There
actually
is, it's
gonna
just
start.
kind of moldy.
Yeah, I'm gonna actually start cleaning
Okay,
and let
yeah,
the eggheads get at it.
it's dirty work, but someone's got to do it, or has taken it upon themselves to do it anyway.
Where's where's Hannah in all of this?
She's gone back down to deal with her father, so she's back down on the sofa, kind of trying to wipe vomit off his mouth and make sure he's comfortable, but keeping kind of an eye on the others that she can see.
Yeah, I would like. Well, when Oscar goes to wash the dishes, I want to sneak upstairs.
Okay. Give me a stealth roll, because she has a view of the staircase going up.
This might be a terrible idea since no matter how many dice I have, I can never. Oh, even with 7, no.
Push the roll. Push the roll.
You can take a condition and re-roll it.
Can I
Yeah.
try to distract him? Give him an extra dice?
Yeah, this is something we've found in a few games we've played now, that the lack of an assistance mechanic is just a bit bizarre. If you want to go over and distract, then I'll give Torrin an extra dice. If you do want to push it, then you can get, say, re-roll them all +1.
Oh no, we need to figure out a way to bathe your father.
After stepping on a really creaky floorboard, I'm going to get angry because every time I've tried to do anything in this damn town,
Yeah, it's cursed. Yeah.
And there we go. There's 2 successes.
Hey, there you go. Right. Yeah, you're able to get upstairs without any problem. Victor is very distracting, keeping her eyes away from the staircase when talking to her. So you get up there without any problem.
It should be a team mechanic because we work together to make things happen.
Well, there is that when it comes to fear checks, because you do get at least bonuses for bonus dice if you are act together as a group. But that's the only real time it works.
The other free league systems have like this kind of cooperation to help each other with skill checks. It's kind of interesting. This one doesn't.
Or I guess here's a question. Sorry, so stealth is precision. So when I push it, do I take a mental condition still, or do I take a physical condition?
It'll be a physical one.
Oh, so I am not angry. I
Roll down
am.
the stairs.
I'm exhausted, let's say. It's been a
Makes
lot
sense.
of walking, and I had to basically rush up the stairs, and I'm a little winded. And then whenever I take a check now, what
You now have a -1.
-1? Okay.
But remember, there are ways to get rid of conditions. So if you want to have an instance where you interact with your memento, you can get rid of any one condition off the sheet. That works once per scenario. Otherwise, you'd be looking at medicine to get rid of physical conditions or inspiration to get rid of mental conditions.
Perfect. Okay.
But yeah, you are upstairs, somewhat breathing heavily, but otherwise quietly.
Okay. So is that bedroom door still open on the left?
Yeah, it hasn't been closed.
Okay. I want to go the other door on the
Okay.
right.
Yeah, you open that up and the smell hits you again. It now becomes kind of obvious why the father is downstairs, because his bedroom is in worse state than the sofa downstairs. There's crusted vomit down, up here, and yeah, it's not a pretty sight.
Dear God. I'm not even up there, and I can feel it.
Yeah, the revulsion comes down like a tidal wave.
This is where the
downstairs.
exhausted comes from.
Yeah. It's having to hold your breath while that door's open. Yeah.
Okay.
You do catch sight though that there is still evidence of it being a double bed. That there is a wardrobe in there that's been somewhat trashed. There were female clothes in there, but there's evidently no sign of anyone else in the house.
Okay, and there's no like bookshelves or anything in there? Anything of like herbalism?
There's probably something equivalent to the black book in there that'd be like a notebook that's been hand bound, where there'll be some notes and scribblings made in there. Which, if you went over and had a look at it, would be things like traditional herbal remedies, things almost like a self-taught nurse or doctor.
Right.
That it's like for headaches, take this amount of herbs, some oil, etc. Rub it in and so on. That it's very much folk medicine and folk remedies. Doesn't seem to be anything in there like devil worshipping or anything particularly weird or wrong. It's very much, she seems to be, if anything, quite community minded person that is all about helping others, and that she was using her wisdom as a herbalist to help others.
Okay, yeah. I was just trying to see if. So it seems like any knowledge about striking deals with devils for money was
nothing
picked up
like
recently. Okay. Back out I go.
Okay, and Oscar's continuing scrubbing down in the kitchen, and then I presume Victor and Kirsty are having a look through the black book itself.
Yes.
Yeah,
mostly to Kirsty. Yeah.
This matches a lot of the description that you found back at Castle Gillencrutz as to what these things are. So you find there are numerous entries in here after you get past the blank pages at the beginning, and likewise the blank pages at the end. There's an opening note that reads about how this has come from the black archives of the Devil's School in Wittenberg, and that it was then held in a marble chest, and this little kind of history of the book. And then individual pages thereafter are all titled very much so, like how to free the spirits from hell, or the fallen angels from hell, how to make one's ironically badly titled how to make oneself hard. It actually refers to making themselves strong. It's a weird turn of phrase. But there is also one about how to make oneself horny, how to cast love spells on others, how to make people in a house sleep for 9 days, how to pass invisible. There's a whole range of these things. Some of them are rather what would be considered stereotypical witchcraft, like take the eyes of an owl, put them in water, one will float, one won't. Use that, combine it with a tooth, hang it in front of someone's door, etc., to cast this spell. Whereas others are more just passages that you recite. And for instance, the one that's all about calling up the devil is just a conjuration. It is just a passage you read. There's no special requirement to doing anything in that. It's you could see that as being very dangerous for someone to easily and accidentally do.
Anna.
She comes on over. Yes.
Did you call up the devil to make a deal with him? Because your father had been harmed, because your mother had passed away.
She stands there and looks at you for a good few seconds before finally she just nods in kind of defeat. Yes, I went out to the woods. In fact, I went to the woods where we found my mother's cloak, and I didn't even think it was going to work. I was just doing it out of desperation because I couldn't think of what else to do. And yeah, he appeared. I called him, he came.
What deal did you make with him?
I said to him that I know that there's the stories of being able to give me this kind of vast treasure that he he can offer, that if he gave me that I could use it to try and make an offer on the mill. But to do that, I'd need to scare the owner. So I asked the devil to take Emmerich's soul, because he was wrong. He shouldn't have fired my father. He had an agreement. He had a long-standing agreement that was supposed to last in perpetuity. You know what that means? It's until my father died. He was supposed to have a job for the rest of his life.
Yes.
But he just threw that away, and he's all because of him. That's what my father's turned into this. And she kind of gestures back to the man on the sofa, and that it's breaking my heart. I had dreams of going to university. I wanted to become a teacher, and all that time and money now it's gone. All those savings are gone after my mother disappeared or passed, and then what's happened to him with no income? I mean, we've got bills to pay, and I need to keep him safe. I need to keep him well, and all the money I had for going to university is gone. And I was just so angry. I just said, if anyone deserved to have their soul taken in this godforsaken town, then it was Emmerich. And he said the devil said he could make it happen. He would come. He would take Emmerich away, and if there was any others that he felt were worthy in the town, he would take them too. And in return, he'd give me the treasure I needed, as long as I paid him back one gold coin every new moon.
Every new moon. And tonight you need to pay him that coin.
How do we
Oh,
stop
Hannah.
this?
We have to look in the book to see if there's a way to send
show
it
us
back.
which spell you use. Perhaps there's a way to undo it,
Yeah,
or at least end it.
She opens it up. It's one of the first ones inside there, of which it has a passage that's not lengthy, but definitely a good long paragraph, entitled "To call up the evil spirits to force." Oh, no, that's the wrong one. Sorry about that. When you want to release the angels from hell, and it gives just this passage to read afterwards, saying, "You should in the morning when you rise say this: I renounce you, God the Father that has made me. I renounce you, the Holy Spirit that has blessed me. I will never worship or serve you after this day, and completely swear to Lucifer, ruler of the dark abyss. And I swear to his rule, and he shall serve me to do what I ask of him. In exchange, I will give my own blood as insurance and a pledge. This insures me to him with body and soul for all eternity, if he does what I ask, order, or command of him. And thereupon I sign with my own hand and with my own blood, this to be certain and true in every possible way."
Oh, Hannah, what have you done?
She shakes her head, somewhat, say, ashamed and sheepishly. "I was doing what I thought would finally get the mill back into the hands of someone that cared about this town, give everyone back, everyone that was fired, give them their jobs back, and give dignity back to my father. That's what I thought I was doing."
Did you sign something?
Yeah, she nods, and she's still got her gloves on, which she takes off the glove from her left hand, and it's bandaged under there with a streak of red showing through the cloth. And yeah, I signed a book he offered me. He took it with him. His book.
And he's come before to you to collect this coin?
No, I had to give him one upon the collection. I've got the other. There's another 665 of them upstairs.
664.
Or yeah.
What
But
shall
yeah,
we do?
the next one's due actually tomorrow night, because it's the 20th now.
Amen. Is there a way to the sink is so clogged? there a tool somewhere? Or
Yeah, she'll point you in the direction of a toolkit that she's got. Not one that's been used for a while, but that she's still got some rods and various
Yeah.
other.
and
various
while she's doing that, I'm going to come in and say, as far as I know, the logic tells me that the way to end this is to prevent her from making her payment. I think she's damned anyway.
Traditionally, that would cause the devil to take her, but it wouldn't necessarily stop the devil. I don't know.
What cause would he have to continue doing this work if he's not getting?
Yeah, his
paid?
contract is over. That's, they're still litigious demons. Whatever the hell this is. I'm going to go back to the kitchen, but that's my thought, is if we, the dad's lost, the mom's lost, the kid has.
If we could save her.
If you can
the
figure out a way to
devil.
save her, Victor, God save you. I'm going to go back to the kitchen. Do you know what happens to ham when it's left under a pile of, I think it was oatmeal?
I don't want to know.
It's all right. Yes, Cassie, come with me. We need to figure this out. How do we stop it? Is there anything in the book about banishing a devil or a demon?
Funnily enough, reading through it, there's those ways of calling it, none to send it back.
I feel like Oscar might be right. This is just going to go unchecked unless
It's a matter of time, Nystrom. I mean, she'll run out of coins eventually. Do other people have to suffer for her mistakes?
Kirsty, how is your soul?
I have my own beliefs, Nystrom. I have my own
I know, but let's put it on the level of good deeds, bad deeds.
Okay.
Do you find yourself to be an honest person?
Usually.
I am hesitant to directly confront this demon. I'm afraid I'm not worthy.
If you're not worthy, why would I be worthy?
Because you're innocent.
I'm not innocent, Victor. I'm not innocent.
Perhaps Sigurdsson is a bit more innocent than. No?
It depends. Innocent. I think the most innocent one among us would be the dogs.
We all have our secrets, Victor. I don't think any of us are innocent in any of this.
She got 665 gold pieces up there. Gonna take it all.
We don't have to profit from it. We can take it and do something charitable with it if you like, but I think this is the only way. I think he can't have his payment if we want this to stop.
I should have been a lawyer. I don't know.
Do you
what
think
to do.
there's something you can do to bless her? I don't know. I'm not overly familiar with your religion.
I suppose there's a possibility that we could keep her payment here, and then you could try to stop him. And if you defeated him, then she would not be damned for her error. It seems like she's an innocent child.
There are stories of people who called up these demons, threatening them with hellfire, threatening to send them back to hell.
Can you exercise it? Isn't that what you do with demons?
No.
That was what we discussed way back at the beginning, you know the 3-step process to
Right,
exercise
right.
him.
I think that might be if you want to save Hannah, then I think that's the way to do it.
Well, then let's do this. Let's tell her she's not going to pay. We'll surround the house. I'll bless the house with holy water to keep the devil at bay, and I will have to exorcise it when it arrives. But I very well may lose.
I will protect you as best I can, Victor. I won't let you do this alone, at least.
I need to go talk to Father Bergstrom, and then I'll come back. What time is it? Yes. My wrist says that it's plenty of
The
time.
freckle past a hair, I believe.
I mean, is
You-
this something that we'd want to do in the church?
No,
Help?
it's something I need to have my confession heard.
See if he'll help us as well.
All right, I'm off. I'll be back. So my intention is to go and confess my deep, dark secret to the priest and tell him my story so that God will forgive me, so that I don't get dragged off to hell tonight.
Oh, okay. Right. So yeah, you confess how you got into the church
Right.
in that regard. Then okay, yeah, that will you definitely feel a weight lifted, and probably having used your real name for the first time in many years, to put this in context. That yeah, I mean he is somewhat of. If you get the impression that he's surprised, would be an understatement. But after you've gone over all the details with him, he absolves you by stating that yeah, while it was not a legal thing by any means, or even maybe a moral thing, a good thing to do, the fact is that you were a priest and you were doing good for the community. Good can come out of the even the weirdest or strangest places, and you have done good. So yeah, he absolves you.
We are going to attempt to drive the demon away. Do you want to assist?
I can try, and I think you've shown that I need to try and earn the respect of the community and earn a little bit more of my faith back.
Well, meet us at the Berg house. I'll warn you, it's filthy, but I'm surprised there's surround the church. We couldn't do it here, couldn't we?
If you want to confront the devil, doing it in a church seems a remarkably better choice than a herbalist's house.
The devil will come to her for his payment, and if she is here, yes, perhaps it's a better way. Yes, we'll do it here. I'll go tell the others. All right, so
Okay.
I'll come back and inform everybody else.
Gotcha.
Yeah, should we bring the money into the church? So that way the
Makes
devil
sense.
doesn't come get it himself. I don't know how he works, or it works. There's multiple devils. I don't know.
Though it seems like money, it's probably an illusion. That
Yeah,
we're
I think-
fake
I
once
think
the
that
devil is sent
We
back.
need to keep Hana and the coins together to make sure that the assignment is made.
What about
as a
her
nation.
filthy father?
Well, that's the thing. I burned the couch in the yard and I was starting to make a bench. And now you're saying I've got to go to the church. I guess I'll try to wash him off in a trough. I was going to give him honey and watered wine because otherwise he's going to die in the condition he's in.
Well, he may not be necessary to
He's
this.
probably not, but if we leave him alone,
Yeah, he could freeze.
I mean,
to
he
death.
might. I mean, if the devil comes for him, he's going to be too damn drunk to go to the door.
It's true.
You think the devil just knocks?
I think the devil knows where we are.
Pretty polite. Come on.
I mean, he goes outside, calls your name. You know, he's not
If
kicking
you
the
don't
door.
answer,
shows
it's just
up.
like,
Dad
"Darn."
vomits on the devil. The devil's like, "Oh man, I just had this hell cleaned."
I would like to spend
Alright.
a little bit of time with my memento in order to clear my condition. You said you can do that, right?
Yes.
Cool.
All right.
Yeah, I will kiss my lucky's rabbit's foot.
Yep, you can cross off that that exhausted.
Yeah, I'm going to manage Papa Edvin if it's possible, and get him to the church at a state that is.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a couple of hours, or by the time that Victor's gone and come back again, probably about an hour and a half,
You know.
hour and a half to an hour of sun left. So you'd be arriving just as it's starting to get dark. Also, those who haven't seen him yet, so everyone apart from Oscar, because he's tried already, can give me a logic and learning roll to see if you identify what these coins are.
Oh,
I mean, these don't look like animal pelts, and books are dumb. Let's see if I know anything.
Mm.
I wrote. Now we get 2 successes on 3 dice.
Which is going to be weird considering that what these actually are. You are the only one that actually recognizes these. Maybe the fact that being a hunter, you've done trading down at the docks, maybe, or marketplaces sometime in the cities, and maybe you've seen one of these previously. These are a denomination of coin that's known as a ducat. Nothing relating to a Cardassian and Deep Space Nine. That they are not exactly legal tender, but they're kind of 1 foot on one side of the line and 1 foot on the other side of the line. They're known as trade coins. They're kind of filtered out, they're kind of phased out nowadays. You don't really see them in use in the 20th or 21st century, but they do still get manufactured in certain countries. The idea is that they're made of almost solid gold, but they're used to pay for goods that are being imported into the country. So you'd be basically giving them to other countries where goods are coming into, and their value is very much determined by the value of gold currency in the destination country. They're made in various countries. There are mints for them across Europe. They're mostly a European thing. You don't really see them outside of Europe. But Sweden did have a mint for these, as did like Switzerland, France, Germany, etc. But yeah, this is kind of international currency that your average person in a little town like this really wouldn't ever see any of these.
Well, it's nice that the devil respects international trade custom. You know, being
about
that
the
he's
bureaucracy.
visiting. Okay.
But yeah,
Right.
maybe the sting in the tail that you're realizing here potentially with your 2 successes is that the devil has given her a good old treasure in gold, but one that she can't really spend easily.
Yeah, and what we already knew that is being confirmed is that the devil's an asshole.
Yes, he is. Okay. If everyone's happy, we can fast forward the clock that very small amount of time. You're at the church. You've got Hannah, you've got Edvin. Are you allowing Sylvie to stay here, or are you happy or are you wanting her to go home?
No, she can stay here. She can.
I didn't know she'd come back. I thought she was going to be out tossing money, but I guess she was bringing back to church.
You've been in here desperately trying to avoid the devil. We're bringing the devil here. Would you like to stay?
Maybe it'll give her closure. She'll get to drive it away.
She goes to hide behind the altar. You can just hear whimpering from that direction.
Wait, a woman behind the altar? It's completely destroyed the church now. We have to reconsecrate the whole thing. All right.
Right.
I envision that Father Bergstrom and I are probably now investments, which I don't know what Lutheran vestments look like in the high church, but I think they kind of look like Catholic vestments in the high church.
Yeah, cool. kind of fairly plain, I'd imagine, but with certain elaboration.
All right.
If things go too awry, I will shoot the devil.
Try.
Oh, the sun goes down over the horizon, so you can see through the windows of the church. They're not stained glass; they're just a regular glass. But you can see the sky overhead become dark, maybe a little quicker than it should do. And having a look through the windows and having a look outside the front door, you realize that there's this wave of black that's going across the town as indeed the sun sets, but all light is gone. In fact, the only light that's left falls within the rectangle of the church grounds itself. And off in the distance, you can hear the neighing of horses coming closer.
It's okay, Gustav.
After a few moments, you can see the fiery breath coming out of the nostrils of the horses, and a certain carriage pulls up outside the church grounds. Even though there is just void extending in all directions, it seems to hover in space. The door swings open, and a man walks out as described from the encounter at the hotel. Goatee beard, top hat, long black coat, or seemingly velvet waistcoat, and again all dressed in black. He gets out with what could only be described as a shit-eating grin, and starts walking over the snow, over the snow without leaving any footprints towards the front door of the church.
All right. I'm going to throw open the front door. I'll yell out, Lucifuge, Rofocal, you are not welcome here in the house of God.
He looks somewhat confused, scratches his head in almost a mockingly exaggerated fashion, looks around. My Prime Minister isn't here. I think you confused me with someone else.
Well, then you are a lesser minion. You also are not welcome here.
Lesser? You do realize who you're addressing. And he seems like he stops in the middle of the sentence as if he was about to say a name, but his eyes narrow. I'm not going to get to play that card, am I? Someone's already unburdened themselves.
Whatever you say, we don't believe you. You are not welcome. You will not collect your fee from this young woman, and you will return to hell where you belong.
His eyes narrow at that point. Well, if I'm not going to collect my fee, I am bound to take her with me. You won't stop me from doing that.
You cannot have her.
I'm giving you one chance. You can move out of my way, and I can do my role, perform my role as is dictated to me, or I will move you.
She has confessed her sins, and I'll splash some holy water on her, and she's blessed. You are not welcome, and I'll throw holy water at him.
Oh, right. If you are as effectively engaging in combat, then you can give me a ranged combat roll because it's involved throw. So that's ranged combat and precision.
Pass me some holy water.
3 dice. Let's find out what happens. Come on, Gatsy. No, fail.
Okay. Well, we descend into combat at this point because the devil, as he moves out of the way, he almost moves like liquid that just almost like quicksilver that slides out of the way. And as he does so, his shape distorts and turns and twists. And what stood there after about 2-3 seconds is this large, demonic, hairy dog the size of a small horse, red glowing eyes, steam coming out of its nose, and these huge jaws opening wide. This will be a fear check for everyone now. So this is either logic or empathy, your choice. You then get to... Yeah, you then get to add dice because you're all together. You get 3 dice for being the team all here together.
Okay.
And if you have any talents specifically brave or safety in numbers, they also add to this as well.
Okay.
Nope.
And what if I use my silver cross? My object?
Oh, that's your memento. Doesn't have a mechanical benefit. The main
Okay.
thing mementos do is they help get rid of conditions.
I got 1.
Okay.
I got 0
Oh,
out of 7 dice.
Out of 7 dice, my highest is a 4.
Ooh.
A lot of
One.
2s, though.
Hey.
So
Got 1.
two of you are fine because it's a fear 1 check. Fear 2 is pretty damn horrible anyway. So Victor and Oscar, you have a choice at this point. You can either do the equivalent of failing the sand check, at which point you'll be terrified for 1d6 rounds, which will kind of dictate what you do for a fair while. And you also take a condition because you didn't meet the number of successes you need. Or you can take a condition for re-rolling and hope that you get 1 success. And then you're able to actually do what you want to do for the next d6 rounds.
This is exactly what I had to do when fighting off that revenant.
The latter
So
makes much more sense for me.
I'll do the same thing. I will try to. What do I roll again? The whole thing again?
You pick. Technically, it's any dice that didn't roll a 6. So in this case, all of them.
2 6s.
Well, there you go. So Oscar's fine now.
But I am either angry. I guess I'm going to be angry.
That
I
seems
thought we had
reasonable.
I thought we had a deal here with the church.
4 6s.
Wow, you are. Yeah, you are just so mentally prepared for this that you are ready to confront the devil himself.
Getting really angry or something. I don't know.
Speaking of the devil himself, he is going to launch himself in his devil dog form at Victor, as you're the one that decided to spray holy water at him. So, see if my bucket of dice can actually get a success. Heaven's sake. Got 3 1s, 2 5s, and everything else is scattered in between it. So, you can, if you wish, make I believe it's an agility roll to try and get out of the way. Obviously, he's not going to hit you in the, at all, but I think you can potentially use it to get some benefits mechanically.
Okay. I did not make that agility.
Okay, in which case he doesn't hit you, but you don't get the upper hand on him either.
Okay.
Right, that's effectively the first opening salvo of combat. We go into initiative at this point, and I have completely forgot to get my deck of cards out. So this is initiative orders based on cards lowest first, going up to highest. As soon as I get the spades out of here. These are nice and oversized, so they should be easy to see on screen. So I'm going to start going around in the screen. I'm going to shuffle the cards to basically say stop when you want me to pull the top one off the deck. So Victor's first.
Stop.
Right. So you are going on a 3. So then...
Those are big cards.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. These come in handy. Kirsty next.
Stop.
Right. You're going on a 4. Can we keep the pattern going and have a 5? Torren, you're next. Tell me when.
Stop.
Right. You're going on an 8. So better. Yeah. And then Oscar.
Oh,
You're going on an ace. You are first.
boy, I wish I had a plan.
And then the devil, he gets his draw, and he's going on A 6.
Can we switch cards around?
You can.
I'm just saying.
This happens at the beginning of the round. So if you want to move cards between yourselves, now is the time to declare.
I have a lot of combat skills.
And before we make that plan, how are our dogs responding to this devil dog?
They are cowering away in fear. They are
Yeah.
they're getting the hell out of the way.
I think
Unless
that's
you want
always
to-
the best.
Yeah, unless you want to call upon them as a bonus in combat, then yeah, for the minute they are getting the hell out of the way.
If I give my 3 to Torin, can I begin the exorcism? I mean, I'm
Yes.
probably already mentally reciting, I believe in one God, Father Almighty, maker of heaven and earth and of all things visible.
Yeah.
Okay.
And remember, as this is a what's termed as a ritual to banish a Vaesen, there's no roll required for it. You just have to go through the prerequisite number of turns it takes, of which this will
Okay.
be 3 turns to do this.
Yeah, so if you take the 8, so if you start after the devil is gone, we can take its attention away by attacking it.
Okay.
So that way
Yeah.
you're not going to get, because if you go now, then you might get interrupted.
I might get
So
killed.
right now, after you the ace, because I'm not that powerful physically.
So then, Oscar, you have the 3,
Yeah, that's fine.
and I have the 8.
And then Kersey remains on the 4.
Right.
Everyone happy with that order?
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
Right. Torin, you're up first.
Okay. Is there holy water and things around here with the
Here,
devil coming to
fetch.
town?
Yeah, there's Victor in particular. Victor in particular has holy water. I'd
toss
say
you
because
the
you would have had a little bit of time when you got to the church that you could have blessed some if you wanted. So
Made
you
more,
have
yeah.
yeah. So you'll have time to make one more batch. And how items of power work like this, you roll the dice after each use to see if it runs out. So you might use a little bit, you might lose a lot, you don't know.
Okay, well, we'll throw holy water at it. With, you said it's range combat,
Indeed, yes.
so 3 for range combat, 5 for my precision, and then I'm marksman. Is that range
that's
combat on your
your-
first turn when successfully ambushing or attacking your enemy?
Yep,
So,
that would count as your first for your
my
first attack.
attack. So 10 dice. And I hit the devil. Oh good lord. That is 6 sixes, which sounds pretty damn good for the devil in a weird way. All those 6s, but holy shit.
6.
6 sixes. And then 3 5s. They were...
Jeez. Okay.
I was ready. I said I wanted to shoot the devil. Here we go.
You can roll 1 additional d6.
3. So,
Okay, it hasn't run out,
okay.
so that's fine. Right. You have options of when holy water hits this. This still counts as a damaging attack. For things like if you used it's kind of parallel to if you used your gun. So options on getting higher successes are you can increase your damage on a 1-for-1 basis with the additional successes. You can outmaneuver your enemy, so you can exchange initiative cards. You can stress your enemy, so you can your attack causes mental conditions rather than physical ones. You can push the enemy into another zone, so it's basically like distance because certain attacks can only be done in certain zones. Or you can make the enemy drop a weapon or item. Picking up an item during combat requires a fast action. How would you like to hose this poor guy? Poor little innocent demon that's basically getting his ass handed to him in the first round of combat.
Yeah, I mean, if like that meant like that stress. I mean,
Mhm.
he's like, I'm going to move you all, and I was, getting the. You can't just waltz in here unopposed.
Who do you think you are?
Shatter his confidence.
Right, that will take him from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ow. almost all of his condition track gone. He's got one left. This when you throw the water at him, he almost starts burning, although the dog starts burning all over and steaming with this water. Not only to the fact when he hits the ground, he starts turning back into human form. That you can see this burnt, disfigured, hideous mess rolling around on the floor, and it's got this wrecked suit, just screaming in agony. That was the ace. So 3 next. That's Oscar.
Yeah, I think that gives me, he's going to be like, instead of being a bounding, violent, large dog, he's this confused, agonized human. Seems like a great target for a crowbar, which is 8 dice for me.
Crowbar the devil.
Mm-hmm. Give me a roll.
I got 1 out of 8 dice.
Okay, well, 1 still does a single point. You go perhaps quite appropriately with a nice cold iron crowbar and hit him. The scream intensifies. The darkness outside almost seems to quiver. The glass panels in the windows all shatter, and this echoing scream just rolls across the land. And he starts to curl up in this ball that slowly, seemingly starts to shrink inside the clothing. And Kursky's on 4.
Right, all I've got's a dagger. I'm a ranged weapon person, and I don't have a ranged weapon. But that's okay. So I'm coming in with my little dagger.
Okay, that'll be close combat.
Mm-hmm. 3 dice, so let's see how that goes. No, it was a fail.
Okay, yeah.
But I can push it, right? I can push it.
You can, yes.
I'm gonna push it. Let's do that. Exhausted. I mean, if I say wounded, does that mean like maybe he got in like a little, maybe he also kind of
or
got in a little attack or something like that, or
your hand gets burnt by touching part of his.
Yeah. All right, we'll try that again. Nope, still no. Okay.
Yeah, you try to stab, and maybe the fact that this thing is shrinking before your eyes, you happen to touch one of the exposed areas that's steaming away, and it's almost like an acid burn. But as you pull your hand back, but yeah, you haven't managed to stab him. And then it's him. He is completely and utterly neutered at this point. He is incapable of action, so it passes over to Victor.
Okay. So now is the recitation what I'm doing? I mean, that's what I'm doing.
You technically cross off first of your 3 actions, but I think we can probably descend into like a fairly cinematic description at this point, because you've obliterated him. He's got no way of fighting back now. So it will cycle through to you each turn, doing the first part of the ritual, then the Apostles' Creed, follow up the Lord's Prayer. By the time you get to the end, what is your declaration of intent? What do you order him to do?
Return to the depths of hell where you belong, and
nullify that contract.
Yeah, throw away oh boys.
Spare those souls.
It's like making a wish.
There's a list of things to do. I'll totally want you to get.
You need to put a load of semicolons in there.
Yeah. And all deals you've made in this town are redacted. Go back to hell. Stop bothering these poor people.
Okay, there's this molten face where you can almost see the bone underneath it as this skin is just sliding off his face with this one glaring eye that's still red looking at you. And through half a jaw that's sort of hanging limp from his mouth, just says, "It's done." And there's flash of light that appears underneath him, almost as if the floor opens into this well or this pit of white light. And still screaming, he descends into the depths, and then the hole closes.
God still loves you.
And you are left in a church. Sylvia slowly peeks above the back of the altar. You've got Hannah down at the other end, say down by the pew, holding on to her father. Also, kind of looks over one of the pews. The priest, now having refound a bit of his faith, turns to you, still looking a little bit shell-shocked. It's done.
I believe so.
We should have spot him on the street.
Call us if you need us.
The sack of coins is gone, I assume?
Yes, because the contract has been, as Victor
Nullified.
stated. Yes.
And so I'm like, I had one in my pocket. Damn it. Sorry.
Now, my dear Hannah, you need to confess your sins to this priest and to start going to church on Sundays. Because you renounced God, but you can get your soul back.
I'm curious to see what's happened in the rest of town. Let's clean up in here. Probably a bit of a mess.
Yeah, there's bits of liquid devil over certain parts of the floor which need cleaning up.
Don't think you want to leave those around.
We just
That's concentrated evil. You need
to...
Don't touch it.
Every
Mom,
little bit.
Dad.
Oh.
Right. Otherwise, you kind of descend into the getting like words are failing me. The montage climax or coda, but yeah, because he came straight here because you had the linchpin of what was keeping him here held. This attracted his attention. Plus, also having Sylvia here because she was on his list of people to get. He didn't take anyone else that night. He came straight here as soon as sundown hit. So you've managed to avoid anyone else reaching a particularly nasty fate. Excellent. And yeah, otherwise there's no other reported sightings of the devil that night or on the nights that follow.
Excellent. No caveats, no, but
no, there's in fact, if you keep an eye on what happens at the town, maybe over the following weeks and months, there is definitely a growing movement that people should embrace the church a bit more, especially as Father Bergstrom has definitely embraced his duties once again and very much is promoting the church. Hannah's very much a devotee of the church, lending a lot of her time there as she's trying to put right what she put wrong. But yeah, there are maybe a few little unanswered questions, like what was really Rickard's motivation for getting the sawmill? What was Emmerich doing there potentially? What maybe did happen to Hannah's mother out in the woods? In fact, what's out in the woods? But those are going to be questions and stories for another time.
Excellent. Our players included Holly Buteau, David Gasaway, Morgan Llewellyn, and myself with Matthew Sanderson as the Keeper of the Secrets. We have a Discord server where you can chat with our other members, you can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes. If you'd like to support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 to a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answering any questions you might have. This is Tom Rayleigh, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of Scandinavian mythology and the Vaesen role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.